In March 2005, on a sail training outing with a group of college students aboard, the Irving Johnson hit a transient sandbar, damaging the vessel. The strong currents and weather kept the ship just offshore in Ventura County for several days. The heartbreaking image was shown on television stations all over the country.
Well, we spent 3.5 days, almost 4 days on the beach with, as you know, surf breaking over the boat much of that time. And we were right on the last bit of the potential drag-it-off tide cycle. We would have had to be there for too much longer if we hadn't made it. And we did. We got it off. And it was a little touch and go right toward the end. But we got it off and got it out of the water to inspect the bottom, put some temporary patches on it, tow it down here to Gamble Shipyard over in Long Beach, and they've been working on it pretty much steadily since then. And they're doing the most incredible work. It's hard to believe, but the boat is not only so near perfect now, in some ways it is significantly better than it was when it was new.
On May 20th, 2006, after months of restoration work, a joyous recommissioning ceremony took place for the Irving Johnson. The ship is back on the water, taking groups out on team-building exercises.
Yay! Now that we're getting the second brigantine up and online again, we have what I hope will be a temporary shortage of volunteers who have picked up the skills we teach. That's not hard to do. And who have the ability to take some time off, most of it during the week, because that's most of the time the kids are available. But we are actively looking for new volunteers. Now, you don't have to sail, you don't have to go aloft, you don't have to scrub and paint and clean the head and stuff like that. You get to pick and choose what you'd like to do. And we've got a lot of volunteers that do all sorts of things other than the challenging and stimulating and enthusiasm-building business of sailing the boat with a bunch of kids. But sailing the boat with a bunch of kids is the big thing. But I just can't pass up the opportunity to say that the Port of Los Angeles has been really instrumental in helping us to get the Topsail program up and running, to helping hundreds, if not thousands of kids get the experience. And it is not only appreciated by us, but it is very much appreciated by the kids, their parents, and their teachers.
For more information on the Topsail program and how you can volunteer or make a donation, call 310-833-6055. The Port of Los Angeles is a vibrant place that offers more to the residents and visitors of Los Angeles than a hub of global trade. The port is a constantly changing canvas of ships and activities that can be found nowhere else in Los Angeles. A hidden jewel, the port is taking great steps to bring the community closer to the water and to the activity in San Pedro. In addition to the master planning efforts for the entire 10-plus miles of waterfront in Wilmington and San Pedro, the port is starting work on waterfront enhancement projects on port property. To help explain the waterfront enhancements in San Pedro, we caught up with Dr. Ralph Appy, Director of Environmental Management at the port. Dr. Appy, if you can explain for us a little bit, just what are the San Pedro waterfront enhancement projects?
The waterfront enhancement projects are a series of projects along our waterfront that are really aimed at getting the community and everybody down here to the waterfront and to make some improvements right now that we can move forward with. That's really a great idea. We've had some areas that really need refurbishing here along the waterfront, and this gives us an opportunity to really move forward on them quickly, while we're waiting for maybe a longer-term development plan to move forward. For instance, down at the end of the street here, there'll be some areas, some older buildings that are taken down right away, and some new grass area to open up that will probably be one of the first items to be done. And then some of the bigger items, like this streetway here we're talking about, might take a little longer, and we have to kind of organize those around when the businesses are here. We can't really just do it during a peak time for the businesses. So this thoroughfare here, where you see the roadway here, it's very cramped up against the building. So that's going to be moved over a little bit, and there will be a beautiful sidewalk put along here to kind of make it consistent with the things we started out with down at the cruise terminal.
Now, noticing the different plans that are out there all seem to have one element in common, and that's the word waterfront. What's behind that?
Well, that's what the Port of Los Angeles has to offer, and there's waterfronts in the city, in Wilmington. Community of Wilmington has its waterfront. As you know, we're doing major planning over there for some improvements that really connect that community back to the water. And it's the same thing here. You know, this area has languished, and it's now time to open it up and make our waterfront available to local community and also to the region.
This is Portugal Village in San Pedro, and it's been here, what, 40 years?
That would be my guess, at least. I know that when I did some wooing of my wife right here, and when it was very busy, used to walk through here shoulder to shoulder, and they had glass blowers and all kinds of merchants, and we really need to bring back that vitality.
The Waterfront Enhancements Project will be the subject of numerous public design meetings, and while the details may change, the basics of the plan include improvements and widening of walkways at Cabrillo Beach and the path from Cabrillo Beach to 22nd Street. More than 4.5 acres of grassy open space added to the 22nd Street and Crescent Avenue areas. Additional parking in the 22nd Street landing area. A pedestrian access ramp at 13th Street connecting the Block Field area and Portugal Village. An overlook area at the SP Slip for a clear view of the interesting commercial fishing area. Improved and widened pedestrian walkways at Portugal Village connecting to the Harbor Boulevard Parkway portion of the Waterfront Promenade. Streetscape enhancements at 6th Street and Harbor Boulevard, the municipal heart of the area. And a pedestrian ramp at Swinford Street near the World Cruise Center. Work on these projects is scheduled to begin in a few months. Come see for yourself how the Port of Los Angeles is changing. Free Community Emergency Response Team training, also known as CERT, is being offered by the Los Angeles City Fire Department. CERT-trained individuals will help in emergency situations when the scope is so large that it may take an extended period of time before police and fire personnel can arrive. Classes are 2.5 hours, and the course lasts 7 weeks. To register for CERT classes in the San Pedro and Harbor area, call 310-732-3470. For more information, see the Port's website. Nearly 10,000 people enjoyed free boat tours at the Port of Los Angeles over the May 20th weekend. Part of the yearly World Trade Month activities, the hour-long tours put the community right on the water with the ships doing commerce in the Port of Los Angeles. It's the best way to illustrate the importance and scope of the nation's busiest container port, right in LA's own backyard. Another gem of the port is the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, located at Cabrillo Beach, just inside the breakwater. The aquarium, operated by the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks, receives significant operational funding each year from the Port of Los Angeles. To get an overview, I spoke to Larry Fukuhara, Programs Director at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. Give us a little history about the aquarium, how long it's been here.
Believe it or not, this aquarium has been here since 1935. As you came in, most likely you've seen our bathhouse there. That's where the original, it was called the museum at that time. 1981, we moved over here to the new facility, what we call the new facility, but now it's over about 25 years now. So we started many years ago, and now we're right here.
Now, I see plenty of kids around. How many kids do you get on a daily basis about?
Well, right now we have our outdoor spring program. Believe it or not, we do this for 9 weeks, and we just bring in on tour. We bring in 1,000 boys and girls in 2 hours. But we have other things going on. We have Sea Search, where they have at least 2 classes going on. We have an aquatic nursery, where we have classes in there. We have our exploration center inside. And so that's why you see all the boys and girls right now.
What is unique about your aquarium?
I think what's unique, there's a lot of aquariums, first of all, that have animals from all over the world. We concentrate primarily on Southern California animals. And also, we're an education facility. That's what we are. Some other places like to have a lot of tourists. We do, but still we focus in on kids, basically. As for the philosophy, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to instill into the boys and girls a love into the ocean, about the ocean. What you know about, what happens is you protect it. And a lot of people don't realize boys and girls have a lot of power. Just say if they see their parents doing something wrong, like throwing something on the ground or whatever type thing, they will say, hey, Mom, we learned at the aquarium, don't pollute what you're doing like that. So a lot of people don't realize very young kids have a lot of power. And so I think our philosophy is try to protect our ocean, try to respect it.
We are at the Exploration Center. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, the Exploration Center focuses on the Cabrillo Coastal Park. So in the room, we have a lot of different exhibits that actually show you all the different habitats that we have out here in the coastal park that the people of LA or the public visitors from the city of LA can come in and enjoy, explore the Exploration Center, and then we encourage them to go out into the coastal park and explore those habitats on their own.
All right, this one's titled, Did You Make a Difference? What's this one about?
This is our watershed exhibit. It actually shows you what happens when it rains. As rainwaters come down and hit our mountains, they go right into our rivers and then go through the urban areas, collecting all the different litter and waste that we see along the edge. What this allows you to do is to select whether you want to protect or pollute the watershed, and at the end, when it rains, it actually will wash down all the different inputs and give you a score of how much pollution or how much impact you have on the watershed, on the ocean, because everything drains to the ocean as we try to teach all the young people that come through this aquarium. What we're showing here is what animals live out in the mudflats. We have a salt marsh area here, a mudflat area here, and this is just kind of showing you the transition. And all these different animals are just an example of animals that live in the mudflat.
All right, so we have worms and we have
we have clams, we have crabs. There's a crab right over here. It's kind of dark in here, trying to give that effect that you're under the mud.
Well, they're doing a good job.
It's a very large ghost shrimp here. You can see that. Very large ghost shrimp. Very large ghost shrimp here that actually makes tunnels for itself and protect itself by angling those tunnels, so birds, when they reach down, they can only reach straight down into the mud. These guys can actually have turnaround, so that way they cannot get eaten by the birds with straight beaks. This big crawl under tank And what we do with this tank, we actually show all the different animals of the fish that grow in the kelp patty. So all of this kelp is growing out in the ocean. Fish are attracted to it. They begin to grow. The kids get to see what it's really like to be a fish and go underwater without even getting wet. Use that hand to move the blowers.
Now, this is something you don't get to do every day, and I think you certainly don't get to do in school.
No, this is something that's actually very unique to this aquarium. Our microscopes are used here by the public, and any visitor that comes by can come in and use these microscopes. These are tools of science, so that's what we're trying to do, introduce every visitor to the tools of science, to show them that anyone is able to use these tools, as long as you have just the will to explore and the interest and to make those observations.
So what are they looking at?
They're looking at a variety of invertebrates. Here's a sea cucumber. We're looking at stony corals that live off of our coast here. They don't produce the large reefs like they do in the tropical areas, but they do produce a small amount of columns that actually help them survive. Okay, what we have here is our naturalist corner. This whole area is called the naturalist corner, and here we have specimens out on display where people can come in and pick up a magnifying glass and get a closer look at some of these specimens sitting on this table. We have a lot of different types of animals sitting here on the table that they can come by and look at with the magnifying glass, and also ask our staff questions about any information about these animals that we were able to talk about.
Now, what's this one? It's a little bit fuzzy.
This right here looks just like a broom. This is actually baleen. This is baleen from a gray whale. You can take a look. This would be facing the outside here, and what they'll do is they'll go down to the bottom of the sea and pick up or scoop up mud with their mouth. Then they'll push the mud through these really fine bristles, collecting any amphipods or any crustaceans that are living inside the mud, and then lick it off using their tongue, and then that's how they'll feed.
That's a pretty sophisticated system.
It's a very good system that they've adopted, definitely.
All right, so this looks like we're again looking into the secret world of what's going on around here. What is this?
Well, what we have here, this is a whole replica of the breakwater, the LA Harbor breakwater. So as you can see, we actually have this magnifier here showing you all the small animals, the detail of the small animals that live out there that you wouldn't normally see without the aid of magnification.
Now, this looks like a lot of fun and a little bit different from the other things they're doing. What's this area called?
Well, this area is an ecological role-play area. We actually have costumes that were developed by the exhibit company that made this. And what we're doing now is actually allowing them to pretend to be those animals and use those adaptations that these animals have. So these are all the local invertebrates and other animals that live here in our coastal park. We're just allowing them to pretend to be those animals by what they saw, or using what they saw in the microscopes and behaving like those animals here in this role-playing area. And they actually will get a chance to see themselves on this TV monitor up here and watch themselves be those animals and do those behaviors.
They're having a good time with the video camera. We're here with Dr. Dara at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium in the aquatic nursery. But I see a sign for Aquatic Culture Kitchen. So can you explain a little bit about what goes on here and what that display is?
Of course. This first display behind me is first intentioned to catch everyone's attention as they walk in. And everyone sees these bright cylinders. They ask us about it. It's a self-sustaining kitchen for all of our baby animals throughout the rest of the room. This is the nursery where we grow all the babies for the aquarium. We share them with other institutions, other aquariums. And this is the first place where we teach kids about plankton, and we teach them about small microcultures, and then they get to use that concept around the rest of the room.
Now, your name says nursery, and I understand you have some exciting new additions.
Yes, one of our most popular nursery inhabitants is the seahorse. We have the adult seahorses right here. These are actually the breeding seahorses that we use to make all the babies that we grow here. The babies are born usually every 2 weeks or so, and when they're born, they're just a little over a centimeter each, thousands of them at a time. And what's exciting is they're born from the male. The male actually gets pregnant and gives birth, and that is one of the lessons we always teach in our school tours. So the kids are just blown away by this, and the chaperones and teachers get a big kick out of it too, actually.
Let's go take a look at the babies.
Sure, they're right around the corner. The babies you see in this tank are from a batch that had about 2,000 babies, and we've got about 5 or 6 left right now. And what you can see as you look in the tank are some fake grass. We use the fake grass because it's healthier for the babies than the wild grass. And then the food floating around in the tank for the baby seahorses.
It seems like you're building a reputation here as really having a good facility.
I really hope so. And in fact, with this new space, we're trying to expand the way that Cabrillo is thought of as being a research center as well as just an education center. And as you can see, we're trying to use the research to teach about what is the scientific method and how is it used and how can you become a marine biologist.
So it's way more than just an exhibit of looking at a jellyfish. It's really the whole science behind it.
Absolutely. All you have to do is come in during the public hours and you see the young scientists working in here and you see that the message is so much more than just a baby animal. It's the whole story of the volunteer who works here on the baby animal. And that's the most important thing really in this room. Come on down to the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium and come ask us about volunteer opportunities. It's welcome for everyone.
You want a career in law enforcement? The City of LA is a great place to start a law enforcement career. This job offers variety, security, and the opportunity to make a difference. Dive into a career with the Los Angeles Port Police. I did.
Take the beat.
That's it for this edition of Portfolio, your behind-the-scenes look at the Port of Los Angeles. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Bulky item pickup? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Los Angeles. It is Wednesday, February 24th. City Hall, Los Angeles City Council Chambers. It's a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. We meet 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. All meetings are open to the public. For those of you who could not make it to City Hall, we have 2 remote sites, one in Van Nuys, one in San Pedro. You're welcome to give your testimony from either of those locations. We're also viewed on Channel 35, also on the internet, lacity.org, or phone 213-621-CITY. This meeting is now in session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First item of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Smith.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those are approved. Mr. Koretz, Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. President, would you like to run through the agenda?
Please do.
First items are items noticed for public hearings. There are items, building and safety reports, and the department has advised that items 2, 3, 7, and 8 can be received and filed inasmuch as the liens have been paid on those.
Any questions on 2, 3, 7, 8, colleagues? All right, those will be received and filed without objection.
And then items 1 and 4, 5, and 6, the liens can be confirmed on those.
1, 4, 5, and 6. Mr. Parks. Can we get the mic on for Mr. Parks, please?
Ms. Perry would like number 6 continue till Friday.
Number 6 continued to Friday without objection.
That would be the 26th.
Very well. That's continued without objection to Friday, number 6.
And then that would leave 1, 4, and 5 before council.
1, 4, and 5. Any specials? We shall take a vote.
Yes, please.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. Next items, please.
Next items are items 9 and 10, and those are items for which public hearings have been held, and the committee reports have been submitted to the council.
9 and 10. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, number 10, we haven't seen the report yet.
Let's hold those then. How about 9?
I'll call 10 special anyway.
All right, 10
Yeah, we still
special.
haven't seen the report.
Mr. Koretz?
I'd like to ask that item 9 be special as well.
9 and 10 special, very well.
The next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 11 through 14. 10 votes are required for consideration, and they all have cards on them, so they would all be called special.
Let's call 14 special for Mr. Garcetti. And on the other items?
They all have cards, so they would all be
Then
called
we will
special.
all consider those under the comment period.
And then that would take council back to the items called special or public comment.
Let's take the public comment first. Those of you who are here for an item, please fill out a card. Once that item is called, there will be no further cards accepted for that item. So if you're here to speak on a specific item or here for public comment, please fill out a card. Again, once those items are called, we will not be accepting any additional cards. So we will begin with public comment period. We have a number of cards on public comment. And our first speaker is Davin Corona. Two minutes. Is there a Davin Corona? Okay, go ahead. Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the first time I've won anything. Thank you. So thank you so much. Sorry, well, I don't see everyone here. My name is Davin Corona. I'm a member of Comunidad Presente. We're a grassroots organization in South Central and downtown LA. And we work on tenant issues, renter issues. And we're here before you because we know that we had an RSO study, a rent control study, done a while back ago. It cost the taxpayers about $1 million. And we know that there's been certain meetings that have been delayed where we would like to actually, we know that the city's going through a budget deficit, but we would also like these meetings to happen ASAP because these are also cost-saving measures that we can actually look at too with the budget deficit that we're in. So part of a coalition of housing organizations and grassroots organizations that are here today to ask that we start moving forward on this rent control study and the reforms that are coming, that we should be having soon. Majority of LA are renters. We've been rent burdened, and we have a couple of recommendations we'd like the council offices to look at so that we can implement in these new rent control reforms that we hope will happen soon. So that is basically it, and I will cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas.
Good morning, council members. My name is Joe Thomas. I'm a resident of downtown Los Angeles and a member of LA CAN. I am also currently a homeless veteran with few affordable housing options. This morning I'm here to remind the council of its responsibility to the tenant majority of the city. While you have been here for months worrying about a budget shortfall, we, the majority of Los Angeles, have been in a position for decades, of not longer. The city has already spent $1 million of taxpayers' money on a comprehensive study of the rent stabilization ordinance by the Economic Roundtable. The study found that the balance between landlords and tenants was out of balance, betraying the initial intent of LAWSO. The HCED committee is not doing its job. This report has been completed and available for months, yet the process of reforming LAWSO has stopped. Hearings are canceled, and the Housing Committee often does not meet. Council members Wesson promised to hold the next step in LAWSO reforms this month. Black History Month, the shortest month of the year, this has not happened. The budget talks are no reason to stop moving LAWSO reforms forward. All the social service programs and support systems that the council is talking about cutting will only make it harder for us, the tenant majority, to maintain our housing and communities. Reforming LAWSO is a cost-free way to help us keep our housing, which helps tenants, but also helps landlords and the city as a whole. It is time for the council and the housing committee to move forward for the majority of the people. The city has responded in the past to severe affordability crisis. It is time to do it again. End the 3% minimum rent increase and freeze our rents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Claudia Gomez. Claudia Gomez. All righty, thank you. And following Claudia will be Al Sabo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Claudia, and I'm with Unión de Vecinos, a nonprofit organization here in Los Angeles. I'm also a resident from Los Angeles. I'm a tenant too, and I'm here to. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous, but I'm here to. Oh my God. I'm here to support all the tenants and to let you know that please keep going with the process of the rent stabilization laws. We're here, most of the organizations from Los Angeles of tenants, and we want you to help us out to freeze the rent increase of this year, and also help us out with the oh my God. To expand rent control all the way to 1995, that will be a big help. And thank you so much. I'm so nervous.
Thank you. Al Sabo. Following Al Sabo will be General Dagon.
Good morning. I'm Al Sabo, a member of LA CAN and a renter living in downtown Los Angeles. The city has already spent $1 million to find out what we've known all along, that we, the renters, are not making it. We're struggling while the landlords are doing just fine. Many of us, to stave off homelessness, many of us renters have even had to cut their food budgets. You paid for this study. Now put it to good use by acting now to make the needed changes to the RSO. During tough economic times, increasing rents by 5% or even 3% is unconscionable. Put an end to these guaranteed annual minimum raises. When it pertains to housing, this council has become LA's own version of the party of no. No budget, no money, no direction, no insight, no action, and no results. This leads to no future for its most vulnerable constituents, its renters. Fight for us, your constituents. That's the least we expect from our council. That's what we expect from each and every one of you. Do the right thing by moving forward with realistic positive changes to the rent stabilization ordinance. Changes we truly can believe in. Only you can make those changes. Do it now before it's too late for many of us. Thank you.
Good morning, General.
My name is General Dogon, and I'm a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network. I'm also a low-income tenant born and raised in Skid Row. The process of moving LAWSO reforms needs to happen immediately. We had the tenant and applicant panel. Why haven't the landlord panel happen? You, Chair, and Councilmember Weston said that the landlord panel would happen this month. It has not happened. And here we are again, and it's not happening today. February is Black History Month and the shortest month of the year. The process of removing LAWSO is stalled, and this will only benefit the landlords. The city has already spent $1 million of our taxpayers' money studying LAWSOs. The recommendations are clear. We need to remove the 3% minimum rent increase as well as the 2% and pass through for gas and electricity. Without these changes, my rent will go up 5% July 1st. Our rents are already too high, and raising them again is crazy. Raising our rent again is just giving greedy landlords our money. The city isn't the only one with budget issues. The city as a whole cannot do well if its residents and tenants are not. Stop helping the landlords and act now. Reform to LAWSO won't cost the city a penny. It's time to take a stand for the people. And I'm talking about the people that's here today, people here that's losing their jobs, and there's people here today that's losing their housing. You know, and it's time for you city. Hey, y'all hear what I'm saying? Y'all over there on your laptops and you over there talking on your phone and stuff. That's why the city is messed up now, because y'all don't pay attention. They ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's time for y'all to start acting. Get y'all stuff together, man.
Jim Davidson. Mr. Alarcon.
I just want to point out that the laptop is actually you. The person speaking is what's on the laptop. So if we were looking at the laptop, we were listening.
Mr. Davidson.
We're here today representing 52 families from our Mar Vista neighborhood. We've joined together to solve a problem plaguing our area and at the same time save the city of Los Angeles a considerable sum of money and at no cost. But we need a city council resolution to make this happen. As you probably know, many of our city's alleys have become problems. As an example, our alley suffers from illegal dumping, graffiti, homeless, drinking, prostitution, and so on. It's been a staging area for burglaries and even a couple of assaults. Until 10 years ago, the city of Los Angeles had a successful nuisance alley abatement program. If a simple majority of homeowners wanted, the city would erect gates at city expense and close the alley to everyone except residents and emergency repair vehicles. The alley would be cleaned up one last time, then the residents would be responsible for maintenance. This program worked very well, and the gates are still in place today doing their job, but the program was discontinued. Why? Because despite its success, funding was not renewed due to budget cuts. We've had the same problems in our alley, so the neighbors got together and painstakingly raised $13,000 to have gates put up. We got the original specs from the contractor that used to put them up, and we've been at this for over 4 years. We finally got City Council Resolution 061967 for temporary closure, and we finally got a building permit. During this process, our City Councilman, Bill Rosendahl, has been extremely helpful. But here's the catch. An individual in the building department added a new condition that brought this whole process to a screeching halt. He specified we had to purchase a separate insurance liability policy before we could have the gates put up. Bear in mind, none of the other alleys were ever required to do this, and to this day they do not have a separate insurance policy. Because we're paying for it instead of the city, we're being treated differently. No one has cited any example of any problem or loss relating to the alley gates throughout the city. It's just this one guy's arbitrary decision in the building department. We can't get insurance. We've tried, but unlike our houses, the property isn't titled in our names. Anyway,
Sir,
we're asking
thank
you guys
Your
to
time
pass
is
a
up,
motion
sir.
so
Thank
we
you.
can get our gates put up.
Gerald Harris. Gerald Harris. Gerald Harris here? All right, Gerald. Following Gerald will be Gus Malkoon. And Sergeant Arms, there's a lot of noise on the side. If you can quiet the folks down or have them take their conversations outside the council chambers, please. Go ahead, sir.
I've been with the city for 26 years and always hoped that this council could come together and do the work that they should do, to bring the budget together. Now, I've changed my mind. I don't want to work for the council. I want EREP. But council is not letting it work fast enough. Now they want to lay off more people. I jumped in at the last moment thinking that 2,000 people would be enough, and I would be one of them, to help the budget, to help the city in their time of crisis. Now they want more, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know where they're going to put me. They're not telling me that I can go, but I'm fired up and ready to go, and I want the council to get to work, to either get me out and to work on your budget. You won't have me to be part of it, or cut the whole thing out and let's get together and meet with each other and come together on a better idea of what to do with the city of Los Angeles. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sergeant Arms, there's a lot of noise in the back of the room. Mr. Malkoon, hold on a second. We need to quiet this chamber down, either with the cooperation of those standing or through the LAPD and General Services. If we need an overflow room, we can arrange for that. But the fact is we need to keep the chambers quiet. Can we open up the overflow room, the security officers, to assist the folks that are standing? We're going to open up. Let's hold on a second, Mr. Malkoon. And I'm sure the fire folks that are here are concerned about the folks standing blocking aisles. We just want to make it convenient and comfortable and in compliance with the rules. Steve, are we going to open up the overflow? Okay, folks, we're going to open up the overflow room, which is in the Board of Public Works, and you're welcome to view. If we call your name, we will hold for you to come back to this room, but those folks that are standing, there's a concern about blocking these aisles. So you're welcome to do that, and we will continue. Those of you who want to utilize that, you're welcome to do that. Gus Malkoon, our next speaker. Mr. Malkoon.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gus Malkoon. I'm a civil engineer and have been working for the City Department of Public Works for 24 years. I'm really shocked to know that the city has about $600 million of uncollected revenue. The city does not have financial crisis, but it has managerial crisis. I have saved the city millions of dollars during my career, like my fellow engineers, and we work hard to keep the city running. We don't deserve to be on furlough and laid off. We are willing to work with you to show you that there are millions of dollars misspent so we can end this crisis together. If you lay off the young engineers, the city sewer odor project will be stopped and the community will start smelling bad odors. Please don't take the easy way out by laying off employees. Thank you.
Roger Rompal.
Hi, City Council.
Morning.
My name is Roger Rumpel. I'm a heavy-duty equipment mechanic with the LAFD. And my topic is on privatization. I think privatization is a grave mistake. Private contractors prove to us on a weekly basis that they cannot do what we do efficiently and with quality, and quality equals safety. How much safety are you willing to compromise? What is an acceptable amount? As far as I'm concerned, 0 is. How much safety do you think you're going to get from the lowest bidder? It will cost you more in lawsuits than what you saved initially, and by the time it fails, you will have lost your infrastructure, and you will be back to the reason why the department came in existence. Because we can do it cheaper, with more control, more efficiently, and with more quality. Back to the safety issue. I enjoy coming to work every day. I get a lot of gratification out of my job. I plan on being a proud city employee as long as I possibly can. You are not going to get that from the lowest bidder. Thank you.
Arnold Sachs. Following Arnold Sachs will be Liz Casey. After Arnold Sachs is Liz Casey.
Good morning, City Council. Arnold Sachs. You might have read in Sunday's newspaper, or maybe you didn't, the mayor had an editorial, but it was a typo. It said the shrinking view from City Hall. I believe the typo was shrinking. It should have been shirking view of City Council. Yesterday was really interesting. Mr. Krikorian, you need to remember that this City Council, when they do nothing, they're acting. You're spanking on them regarding the 4,000 job number. And we discussed, like, it was in December 2008. Boeing is going to slow production in 2011. They're acting now to decide what they're going to do. You knew about the deficit. The mayor is saying Measure R passed in the midst of the biggest recession the city has seen. When did Measure R pass? 2008. So all these meetings you've had this year, what exactly have you discussed that couldn't have been discussed last year that might have saved jobs? Why don't you tell the people how busy your schedule was? Mr. Alarcon says we need to find more revenue. AEG just opened up the Ritz-Carlton with a 20-year waiver on bed tax. The city council, the mayor said, we just cut a department to save $3.2 million. That 20-year waiver at the Ritz-Carlton, $250 a night, with 200 rooms a night, comes to $2 million a year that the city won't be receiving. Mr. Alarcon, you want to look for revenue? There's $2 million that's not coming into the city. But you're going to save money by cutting departments. You do nothing. Tell these people here. Don't tell me. I hear all the time. Tell these people how busy you are during the year and a half
next
that
speaker,
you could
please.
discuss these problems.
And the following speaker will be Lorraine Ornelas.
Good morning, council members. My name is Liz Casey. I'm a member with POWER, People Organized for West Side Renewal. We're a grassroots organization on the west side of Los Angeles. And I'm here in support of the human right to housing and humans' right to work. Many of POWER's members are union workers. So I'm here today to make sure the city does its part to provide housing and workers' rights for everyone in LA. There are 3 housing projects in Los Angeles that are up for conversion process right now. Estrada Courts, San Fernando Gardens, and Pueblo del Rio. Today I'm asking City Council to make sure that the conversion process of all public housing to Section 8 vouchers does not pass. Right now, We might lose all public housing as we know it in Los Angeles without your help. I'm asking you today to use your political power to urge HACLA and local HUD to not go through with the plan of conversion. And by that, I mean we want to keep public housing public. So converting all public housing into Section 8 project-based vouchers is not an option. We will lose the only form of stable housing left in the city and the United States. Here in LA, the homeless capital of the U.S., the last thing we need is to lose public housing as a true and stable public entity and option. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Lorraine Ornelas will be Roy Stone.
Good morning, council members. My name is Lorraine Ornelas, and I reside in San Pedro, Councilwoman Hahn's jurisdiction. I serve on several boards of 501c3 nonprofit corporations and also the VNOC Committee for Council District number 15. I was incensed to see on the front page of the Daily Breeze this morning that positions at various museums and aquariums in the harbor area are threatened to be part of a layoff proposed by the Recreation and Parks Department. I am requesting a thorough examination of the Recreation and Parks Department budget because these positions are not funded by Recreation and Parks Department but are subsidized by the Port of Los Angeles, known as the Harbor Department, under the state-mandated Tidelands Act. Apparently, there is either gross mismanagement or lack of knowledge on this issue. I worked for Recreation and Parks Department at places like Nickerson Gardens in Watts, South Park, Banning Recreation Center, Harbor City Recreation Center, as Recreation Director 1. That's what we were called in those days. Angels Gate Recreation San Pedro as a recreation assistant, half-time employee, then Director 1, and was responsible for overseeing more than 50 buildings, as well as the Korean Bell, and locking up Bogdanovich Park that used to be on 25th Street in San Pedro before it was taken down for Air Force housing. I volunteered for many years at Peck Park. The facility at Angels Gate is now subsidized.
Thank you.
It's now a senior director position.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
ridiculous.
Roy Stone. Following Roy Stone will be Dr. Williams. Ms. Hahn.
Dennis, just to let you know, Lorraine, I have made it very clear to the general manager of Recreation and Parks that if those positions are indeed funded by the Harbor Department, they will not be on the layoff list. Thank you. I agree with you.
Thank you. Roy Stone, followed by Dr. Williams.
Good morning.
Mr.
My name
Stone.
is Roy Stone. We know that you value the work of all city employees, and you know that the entire Los Angeles community depends on our efforts for the city to function. We know that you especially value libraries and recreation centers for their ability to prevent crime and provide a low cost of cultural and moral benefit to our communities. But the mayor and CAO have chosen to cut library staffing more than any other public service agency, even more than Recreation and Parks. And the CAO's 3-year plan that you approved is really a 5-year plan to radically slash library funds so drastically as to make libraries almost non-existent in every one of your districts. This is in the CAO's January 29th document. It is time to tell the mayor and CAO to open the budget book and cut or reduce the billions in contracts and to retrieve the millions of dollars in taxes that is owed to the city or to shut those businesses down. There are more funds to sweep than the services we provide. It is time for you to partner with us to fix the city.
Following Dr. Williams will be Barry Logan.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. The shrinking view of the City Hall. That's for this year. What happens next year? 2010, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13. Hey, how about 14? Is 4,000 going to be the end of it? I doubt it. So what do we have? We have lots of little cuts, mergers of various departments, but they don't really deal with the significance of it. Consider 800,000 parcels in the city of Los Angeles, each one having an extra fee, stimulus fee maybe, of $1,000 each for the next 4 years. That's the order of magnitude. Not a little bit here, a little bit here, not volunteers for the Recreation and Parks Department. So we have volunteers. Hey, you got 90,000 hours that are given freely every year from the neighborhood councils, or more. But what is happening? We want to have our budgets cut. Oh no, we want to get rid of the DUN. We want to have a board of neighborhood commissioners that really know something about commissioning. So what can be done? Give the city clerk's budget back to the neighborhood councils. Let them administer the elections. Keep all of the money from DUN in the neighborhood councils, and we can outsource it to a public-private partnership with perhaps participation by the city attorney and the controller to get them working properly. But again, it's peanuts compared to the real issue of we need roughly $400, $800 million for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Barry Logan, followed by Erica Nicholson.
Good morning, City Council. I have been an employee for the City of Los Angeles for 30 years, and I can tell you I have experienced in my past a layoff. It has taken me a long time to clear that layoff and get myself on my feet. I am looking forward to a retirement in 5 years. If I wind up getting less pay, or if there's a layoff out there, my retirement is going to be really hurt. Going through another financial burden, losing a home, losing whatever I have. And you guys haven't even looked at what the coalition has given you. You haven't even looked at that material and studied it to find out how much money you can save. So please, look at the material that was handed to you from the coalition and try to fix this whole problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Nicholson, followed by Michael Goodman. Michael Goodman following Erica Nicholson.
First, I would like to say good morning to everyone. My name is Erica Nicholson. I work for the Department of General Services as a senior custodian supervisor, and I have 23 years. I'm trying to talk fast. I want to do something different to kind of make us feel good, so bear with me. May the work I've done speak for me. May the work I've done speak for me. When I've done the best I can, Lord, I want to hear you say, well done. May the work I've done speak for me. Thank you.
All right. Michael Goodman, followed by Stanley Hoffman. Stanley Hoffman next up after Michael Goodman.
Okay. My name is Michael Goodman, and I work for the Standards Division of General Services, the main engineering testing laboratory for the city. I want to comment on the value of engineering testing services for the city. We ensure that construction materials used in city projects meet the highest standards to ensure public safety. There has been a lot of talk about privatizing engineering services for the city. In 18 years of doing the job I'm doing, and I've been a supervisor in my group for 10 years, I have seen many examples where materials that we have rejected by contractors the contractors have gone off and gone to private labs and gotten affidavits that material that we know is bad is really good. And then we can prove it with referee testing and everything else that the material is no good and doesn't meet minimum safety requirements. I hate to say it, but there are many private labs and testing agencies that for the right price will give a contractor any kind of a statement they want regarding accepting bad construction materials. When the next earthquake hits Southern California, if we don't want the city to look like Haiti, we really need to keep city engineers working for the city to ensure an impartial and reliable testing service.
Stanley Hoffman, followed by Andrew Ortiz. Stanley Hoffman here. Stanley Hoffman going once. Stanley Hoffman going twice. Andrew Ortiz, you're up, sir.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. My name is Andrew Ortiz. I'm with Recreation and Parks. I'm a garden caretaker. I have about 10 years with the city. I love my job. I'm proud of my job. And I think it's very unfair that every single person in here is not paying attention to us. We need for you guys to help us to work together. The coalition has offered you so many options, and you guys are not moving on them. The ERP, which is our early retirement, started months ago, and we only laid off a portion, not even half. That savings is out the door. Thanks to who? Not to me. I'm working as hard as I can and doing as much as I possibly can. And so is every single person in this room. You guys, every single one of you, including the mayor, has got to step up. And if you can't, then you know what? Let's recall everybody. You know? And I tell you one more thing. If you're going to lay off 4,000 people, I say to the city, let's all walk out. Every single department. Now what? Let's shut the whole city down. My opinion. I believe in the city. Let's work together. There's a chance that we can get out of this. But you guys have to stand with us. And I'm really upset over this. It's hurting me and my family. I'm about to lose my house. Thank you.
Jimmy Francis, followed by Nick Dahman. Jimmy Francis, next up after Jimmy will be Nick Dahman.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Jimmy Francis. I'm with Urban Forestry Division. I presented ideas about how urban forestry can make money, and also sanitation, the gardeners, so forth, so on, about biofuel. Okay, I don't know what you guys did with the information, but you're sitting on a gold mine. As far as the grass, here's a big article: gasoline. Okay, gasoline. Next thing I want to talk about the mayor's agenda. Of course, he wants to privatize. He was here last week to talk to you guys, and the questions that you asked him, the only thing the answer is he was coming up with private partnership, which means, in black and white, means privatizing. We do the job. We get paid for a salary to do the job. We're good at it. Also, I want to touch on the 4,000 layoffs. That's unacceptable, 4,000 people. I want you guys to explain the 4,000 that you're going to lay off, how they're going to pay their mortgage, rent, put food on the table, how the breadwinners are going to tell their kids why they can't play baseball, football, put clothes on their back, put food on the table. Also want to say, county supervisors have 4 supervisors, okay? I have an idea. You guys voted, there's 9 voted on layoffs. Why don't we reduce the 3 that vote for no layoffs? Maybe we need to reduce the number of city council. That's my idea. Thank you.
Nick Dahman, followed by Louis Trinidad. Louis Trinidad's after Nick Dahman.
Good morning, council members. My name is Nick Dahman. I'm a tenant and work with LA CAN and the Los Angeles Housing Preservation Alliance. We are here today as a part of a tenant group that stretches from downtown to Venice, MacArthur Park to South LA, and East LA. We are more than 1,000 active tenants, representing more than 125,000 residents. And you know, I'd be willing to bet my skinny jeans that the vast majority of the folks in this room are also renters. The city has already spent $1 million on a comprehensive study of the rent stabilization ordinance. That study found that landlords were doing well, while tenants are not. I think everyone in this room could have told you that before we spent $1 million. I know that everyone here is concerned with the budget. We are too. We're concerned that the city is abandoning everything that makes it a city. I'm also here to emphasize that we, the tenant majority, have been battling budget deficits for decades. LARSO, as it stands now, has a 3% minimum that rents can increase, even in the worst economic times such as these. The $1 million study found that this highly inflates profits for landlords and increases burden for tenants. HCED has not been doing its job in moving these reforms forward. LAHD has already set the rent increase to 3%, even though the CPI is negative. Fundamentally, a city cannot do well while its residents and workers are not. Reforming LARSO doesn't cost the city a single penny. The money has already been spent. This will not cost us anything. The city has acted before to stop rent increases. It's time to remove the 3% minimum and effectively freeze rents this year so that we can stabilize our communities. The time is now. The onus is on you. Thank you.
I understand that the overflow room had another meeting. That meeting has concluded. So those of you folks that wish to find a comfortable seat, that room is now open for your convenience. Louis Trinidad, followed by Bennett Sanchez. Louis Trinidad, not here. Bennett Sanchez. Bennett Sanchez, not here. All right.
Good morning, council members. My name is Benet Sanchez, and I'm the Assistant Program Manager for the Multifamily Residential Recycling Program. I'm here to speak because my union, Engineers and Architects Association, is both incapable and unwilling to speak for me. I must urge you to carefully examine the ramification of 4,000 layoffs that are being proposed. In a letter by the mayor dated February 21st, he states that difficult decisions must be made, and this is true. But I've noticed that since the suggestion of implementing these layoffs, it's only recently that there has been any talk of the implications that these layoffs will bring. By cutting 4,000 employees, you will be taking away services that impact those who need the city's assistance most. You will be affecting the most disenfranchised residents. You must be honest with your constituents, you must advise them of the services they will be losing, and you must make them understand the services that they take for granted every day: clean streets, trimmed trees, filled potholes, just to name a few, will no longer be a reality. I also urge you to carefully plan any decisions that are made. For instance, I'm an employee whose salary is paid by a special fund, yet I am being furloughed. How is the general fund benefiting from my furlough? It isn't. Instead, the work that I do every week must suffer because I am here 8 hours less and am unable to provide the customer service that I want to provide and that is expected of our wonderful recycling program. Carefully consider your decisions and the people these decisions will affect. Remember that you are elected to be a trustee for the residents of LA. Be a trustee for these residents and commit yourself to serve justly and honestly.
Linda Duran, followed by Rafael Garcia. Linda Duran. After Linda Duran is Rafael Garcia.
I'm a little nervous. Good morning, council members. I'm Linda Duran with El Pueblo Monument. I've been there 25 years, and we provide cultural and educational workshops for the children. We have several tourists a year, and we deal with the merchants on Olvera Street. And I just say, if you can find a different solution than the layoffs, the 4,000 layoffs that are proposed, there must be another solution rather than putting employees, city employees on the streets with no jobs. So I just say, look into your hearts and your minds and try to do the just thing for all of us here. For we're all hard city workers here. We love our jobs and we want to keep them and support our families. Thank you.
Rafael Garcia, followed by Carlos Rodriguez. Carlos Rodriguez follows Rafael Garcia.
Good morning, honorable councilmen and councilwomen, ladies and gentlemen. When recent fires engulfed Griffith Park, the water pump trucks and other auxiliary equipment were being maintained and serviced by General Services Fleet Services Division personnel. The Los Angeles Fire Department helicopter fleet, along with the Los Angeles Police Department helicopter fleet, and the Department of Water and Power helicopter fleet are serviced and maintained by General Services Fleet Services Division. The City of Los Angeles first responders to the 2009 train collision were supported by the General Services Fleet Services Division. These examples demonstrated the integral part that General Services Fleet Services Division plays along with the additional departments of sanitation, recreation and parks, street services, Department of Transportation, for a combined total of 39 departments serviced. From 1995 until 2005, I served with the 304th Material Management Command and the 311th Corps Support Command, COSCOM, United States Army. The Corps Support Command is comprised of three organizations for logistics: supply, transportation, and maintenance. These are the three fundamental operations of logistics. Mayor and City Council, you have to have command and control. It would be fundamentally irresponsible to relinquish your authority of this organizational requirement. The General Services Fleet Services Division institutional organization is the result of an evolutionary process going on over 30 years. To dismiss General Services Fleet Services Division to the throes of business for profit will not bode well with the customers presently served, let alone the public, our ultimate purpose for existence. To take Fleet Services Division out of the City of Los Angeles will be extremely detrimental to the functioning of the City of Los Angeles in this 21st century. Thank you very much.
Following Carlos Rodriguez will be Britta Gorman. Britta Gorman follows Carlos Rodriguez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Carlos Rodriguez, and I'm a transportation engineering associate with the Bikeway section in Department of Transportation. My position is currently funded by special funds. I am here today to request your help, your assistance, to help us stop and end furloughs, and also help us stop and terminate the contracting out of city jobs. I understand that the City of LA is currently facing and struggling a massive financial struggle. However, if we don't act immediately and precisely, we will only dig a further hole for ourselves. I am here to let you know that my coworkers and myself are serious, committed, and would like to partner with you guys to come together to resolve a solution with this financial crisis. I currently manage several projects that are grant funded. One of the projects that I manage is the maintenance of the Orange Line bike path. This project services all the Angelenos in the City of LA, but closely services the constituency of Council District 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The second project that I manage is also a grant-funded project, and it's a construction project of a bike path along the LA River from Fletcher to Barkley, again servicing all the Angelenos of the City of LA, but closely the constituency of Council District 1 and 13. Since I have been placed on furloughs, it has been extremely difficult for me to properly manage these projects, meet deadlines, and effectively do my job. The effects of these furloughs have been showing indications, or are currently showing indications, that we might potentially be delaying some of these projects due to the furloughs.
And that the... Thank you, sir. Britta Gorman, following will be Michael Hunt. Following Britta Gorman, Michael Hunt.
Hi, Council. My name is Brita Gorman. I'm with LA Animal Services, East Valley Animal Shelter. I have some photos. I don't know if I'm able to do this, but I'd like to, if I can pass
Sergeant
around.
Arms will get them from you. Sergeant Arms will get them.
Over here? Somebody? Okay. The reason I'm doing the photos is, you guys know what goes on at the shelters. I just want to, it's more of a reminder. We take in just about every species on this earth. We are usually the front line that's called when these animals need to be rescued from abandonment, abuse, neglect, and criminal activity. What we do is tough work. If you want to privatize, I think you're gonna have to answer to your careers, honestly. The reason I say this is because it takes a tough person, it takes a passionate person to do what we do on a daily basis, folks. I've been doing this only 2 years, and I'm still learning. This is not something you learn overnight. The things that we see and the people we deal with, it's tough. I really would like you to consider where you're going with your decisions. You're asking for trouble, I think, from the public. We need to be out there. My officers, my coworkers, my ACTs, animal care technicians, we're tough. And you need to let us do our jobs. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think you want somebody running up to you that's bleeding with a dog hanging from their butt. It's not going to be fun. I know I'm trying to make this light. It's not, you guys. A lot is involved with animals, and we need to be safe with our jobs. You guys need us more than you realize, and that's all I wanted to say. One more thing, real quick. I know I'm almost over. Just as the water tides come in on beaches, so will the animals. We got to stop puppy mills, pet stores, backyard breeding. It's not going to end, you guys. It's not going to end.
Michael Hunt. Michael Hunt. Michael Hunt. Are you Michael Hunt, sir? Yes. Okay, after Michael Hunt will be Andy Morales.
Good morning, honorable council members. My name is Michael Hunt. I work for the Department of Transportation. I'm a transportation engineer with 18 years of experience. 3 weeks ago, I stood in front of you at this podium and explained that the work I do is specially funded, and I have no impact whatsoever on the general fund, and that the city's crisis is not being resolved by putting me on furloughs. In fact, I explained to you the negative impacts that the furloughs are having on my ability to do my job, such as the I-405 northbound HOV lane project, the Sepulveda reversible lane project, the Skirball widening project, all right in the same area. Well, 3 weeks have come and gone, and I still see no action has been taken on this subject. It's a little disappointing, and it raises a lot of questions for me. Who's going to explain to the Bel Air Crest community, the Roscommare communities, all the communities that are asking us to do things for them for mitigations that are coming up in the future? Who's going to explain to the Skirball Center that the 4 projects that are currently being constructed right in their area can no longer be properly coordinated? Who's going to explain that? Who's going to explain to the Getty Center that we just don't have the time or the personnel to deal with their issues over the next 4 years during the major construction? Who's going to explain to the dozens of people, the schools, the synagogues on Mulholland Drive, that we just don't have the time or personnel? Most importantly, who's going to explain to all of these people that their concerns are not being addressed because the city is furloughing people they don't need to? Who's going to explain that to them? It's not going to be me. Thank you.
After Andy Morales, Ivan Curry. Ivan Curry will be after Andy Morales.
Good morning, Council. After many meetings with the JLMs, we gave a lot of suggestions to every one of you here on how to cut costs, how to run the city more efficient. Hasn't been done yet. Who are you going to listen to if it's not your workforce? Who is it? Are you going to continue to pay consultants for the jobs that we can tell you how to do better? We had this conversation in the past. I don't know what it's going to take. I'm here to ask you on behalf of all city employees, if any one of you can tell us, where are you guys coming up with 4,000 employees you want to lay off? Anyone you can tell us that. Nobody can. I wish you could, and I know you can. I'm asking you, again, listen to your employees. We're employees, we want to work with you, not against you. Please, listen to us. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
After Ivan Curry will be Chris Rowe. After Ivan Curry is Chris Rowe.
Good morning, City Council. I am Ivan Curry. I'm an animal services canvasser. I've been here before. Now I have a question for you, and you can ponder on it as long as you want. Everybody behind me are here for a purpose and a reason, and they're bringing this reason to you. The reason that we're in this predicament right now, I have no idea. I have nothing to do with it. But just last night, I brought in revenue to the city. I do it daily. But you want to cut me out when I'm bringing you money? I don't understand that. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me, but that's on you. I've got some information here for you. We talk to people every day. Everybody that's here has something to say, but everybody may not speak. But I have to speak to people every day. What do I say to them? I'm the informer, not the enforcer. I'm not the one, but I am here to take your money. Now, you're going to give it to me or not? When they do, you don't even say thank you. But that's okay with me because it's a job to me. I appreciate my job because someone has to do it. Look around you. Dogs are everywhere. Cats are everywhere. Animals. Animal services. We take care of the animals. We take care of the people that own these animals to make them do what they're supposed to do. If I talk to a parent of an animal, it's like talking to them about their baby. They need shots. Oh, I didn't know I had to do that. You know now, because that's what I'm here to tell you. That's my job. I'm the informer. And you want to take my job away when I'm bringing you revenue. Have a good day.
After Chris Rowe will be Sherry Powers.
Hello, I'm Chris Rowe. I actually want to speak to Council President Garcetti. I want to start my comments light. And I want to say, dear Council President Garcetti, next Tuesday, would you write a letter of excuse for Council members Smith and Zine to leave early so they can go vote in the neighborhood council elections? And I know that I'd like to ask some of the committee chairs also to excuse them because E&M meets on Tuesday afternoons, and I know we got out of there about 7 o'clock one night, and our elections end at 8, so I just wanted to ask you that. But in all seriousness, the neighborhood councils do work on behalf of the community, and I can remember my roots. I've actually lived in a garage apartment in this city, and I'm lucky that I am at the level where I can be a volunteer today. So I want to say that in regards to the 4,000 people that you're talking about laying off, that's not just the 4,000 families that you're dealing with. The implications of these people losing their homes will blow back on everybody else in the city. I mean, we've already seen the subprime mortgage issue, what it has done to this city. So imagine what losing another 4,000 homes will do to our different communities. So I want you to think about, in work, and I believe that staggered salary cuts is probably the answer rather than the layoffs. Thank you very much.
After Sherry Powers will be Scott Johnson.
Good morning, Council. My name is Sheree Powers, and I work for Recreation and Parks. I've been working for the city for 26 years. I would like to address Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks used to be Chief of Police for our department, and I live in Mr. Reyes, your area, which is Council District Number 1, and I see more graffiti in the area than I've ever seen in a long time. Okay? And if you cut our jobs, are contractors going to take those jobs? I started off at the Los Angeles Zoo. From the Los Angeles Zoo, I went into Rec and Parks. From Rec and Parks, I went to Sanitation Hyperion. From Hyperion, Terminal Island, and back into Rec and Parks. I'm not just speaking for myself, because you're going to do whatever you're going to do. But please make your yeses yes, and please make your no's no's, and please stop this media for putting things out where it's really stressing a lot of people out, afraid of losing their homes, losing their families. We don't want to end up like that gentleman that took that plane and flew it into the Internal Revenues because of fear of losing his job. I know there's things that he did, and he should have took responsibility for those things. But we need to watch what we say. If we don't mean it, we need to be quiet. We need to not spread rumors. We need to tell the truth. You have a lot of hard workers out there. As being part of Recreation and Parks, we not just take care of the parks. We take care of public buildings. We take care of police departments. We take care of libraries. We cut down and remove trees. We clear dog parks. We help everyone that needs our help out there in the city of Los Angeles.
Scott Johnson. After Scott Johnson will be Eric Calhoun. Eric Calhoun after Mr. Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Scott Johnson. I'm an employee of Recreation and Parks, and I'm going to show this to everybody, because there's any one person in the city that needs to be laid off. It is this guy. That's right! That's right! Recall! Come here, my friend. Get that shirt over here. Get that shirt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a state of moment. This is a historical moment here today. Our fellow union members, our fellow employees are in here packing this chamber today because we are here to say we are part of the solution if you will listen to us. Right, everybody? Right! In my council district, and I am sad that out of the 15, my councilman is not here today, because maybe the future of city government after the worst could happen with layoffs of city employees is already taking place. At Hazard Park, a nonprofit created by the mayor with support of Councilman Weezer called Legacy LA is already competing with Recreation and Parks to do our services. There's only one problem. They don't meet our performance standards. They don't have to go by our health and safety rules. And they can hire anybody they want who will really push their agenda. And the most important thing is, when it comes to election time, they will give a campaign contribution. Plain and simply, in the city of Los Angeles, we have a brain trust that we need to maintain to get us through to the future. Channeling the 19th century populist, William Jennings Bryan, city employees and city property should not be crucified on a cross of connected nonprofit and connected corporate welfare entities like AEG and so forth. So let's remember, we're going to solve these issues. We need to be a part of the table. Thank you very much.
Eric Calhoun, followed by Carlos Rodriguez. Carlos Rodriguez.
Good morning, Council. My name is Eric Calhoun. I'm a 22-year employee of the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks. I have worked and run programs in every single council district in this city in my career, and I have seen firsthand the benefits of our programs to those children in our communities. I've worked at every one of the 93 at-risk parks in the city of Los Angeles and seen firsthand what we've done for those children's lives and protected them from gangs and the violence that goes around in their communities. I know it's been reported we have 8,000 members in our department, but there's only 500 of us that actually run these programs, and these cuts will eliminate our department. These children will be left out on the streets with nowhere to go and no one to protect them. We are also mandated reporters. We are a vital part of the city's emergency response system. We provide the shelter for those community members who flee their homes or have to evacuate their homes due to earthquake damage. And we organize these community members, we keep them calm, and we keep them safe. We work directly with Los Angeles Police Department to keep our parks safe because there are not enough police to patrol every park and deal with all the homeless, the squatters, and the gang members in every one of these parks. I urge you to really evaluate these cuts. In fact, don't make any cuts because it doesn't make sense to the city. If you cut half of the workforce, what is there going to be left? You're making these cuts, you're proposing these cuts to preserve the city. With half the workforce gone, what are we preserving and what are we preserving it for? Thank you.
Carlos Rodriguez. No Carlos Rodriguez. Rosalinda Thompson. Rosalinda Thompson, followed by Michael McHugh.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Rosalind Thompson. I work in WCSD local wastewater collection. Thank you. I've only been with the city going on 4 years, but I came from a private sector. I'm a single mom, and I've been raising my 2 daughters by myself. I didn't ask for any public assistance. I got out there and I worked, and I work hard. I'm asking you guys to please find a way for me to keep my job so my baby can go and be a pediatrician like she wants to. She has to go to a 2-year college because I can't afford to help her go to San Diego State. Not even out of state, just San Diego State. She's a good kid. She's worked hard. She gets all A's. She goes to Bellflower High School. And I have grandkids. And I want to be able to help my family because it's just me. There's nobody else but me. I have no mother. I have no father. It's me. I stand alone every day. And every day I hit the floor and I pull manholes to clean the sewers of Los Angeles City for my family. Not for me, but for my children, for my grandchildren. So one day they can say, hey, my mom worked. She didn't ask for food stamps. She didn't ask for county money. She put on those steel-toe boots and she worked every day until the day she died. Thank you.
Michael McHugh. And after Michael McHugh will be Laura Quadaros. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, good morning, Council. My name is Michael McHugh. I'm with the Studio City Neighborhood Council. Good morning. And first I want to say that was a very heartfelt comment that I feel very aligned to, and I want to encourage you to keep standing strong, and I understand how it feels to be alone. But the comment that I wanted to make has to do with key values of accountability, sustainability, and future focus. One of the things that I do not understand is why does the mayor and sometimes the council jump to layoffs as the first solution to the budget crisis? Why is that the first thing that comes to mind? We have a wonderful controller. We had a wonderful controller before. We have a good one now, and they've been making recommendations to the city on how to save. I've read these reports. I come to council, and I find that council hasn't implemented the recommendations made by the controller. The neighborhood councils are making recommendations to the council. But it seems like every time we make a recommendation or the controller makes a recommendation, council has his fingers in its ear going, la, 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 we can't hear you. So in order to preserve the safety of our city, and before all of these layoffs, here's something that came up in a series of town halls that we had last summer in Council District 2. Why doesn't this council establish a collection sheriff to go after certain millionaire and billionaire individuals, some of whom owe the city over $75 million for one person? And let's put them on a penthouse patrol, maybe not with steel cuffs, but little plastic cuffs, and the collection sheriff can work the west side penthouses up along Wilshire Boulevard and bring those people in to incarcerate them until they pay their fair share.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. As usual, I appreciate every comment from the public. It's your right and responsibility to say what is on your mind or what you feel, but I feel compelled to clarify for the record when somebody tries to talk about some facts. The vast majority of recommendations from the previous controller, this controller, and future controllers go directly to the recommendations of the operations of departments. Very few of those recommendations come to the council. So for somebody to say that the council is not paying heed to those controllers' recommendations, be it monetary savings or places we can get more money, most of those recommendations do land in with the departments directly, not the council.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Laura Kudaros. Timothy Butcher.
Good morning. Today I'd like to make a couple of comments about memory. I'd like to direct my opening comments to His Honor and an apparent lack of a memory. He claims that he comes from labor. I think he's forgotten where he's come from. His Honor has claimed responsibility for the early retirement, and yet he seems to have forgotten that last summer he was fighting against us on the early retirement. Cost the city almost $100 million by dragging his feet, and then we had to pick up the slack on that. That would have been half of what we're short right now. The mayor seems to forget that he's the mayor of Los Angeles and not China and Washington, D.C. and all the other places that he's going out to. And I'm not even going to get started on his lack of memory concerning his family values. We have a very good memory as city workers and as member of labor. We understand you have very difficult choices to make. There's a very hard road ahead. We would ask that you would remember that we are willing to work with you and have worked with you many times and will continue to work with you if you are willing. We would also like to say that whether you choose to work with us or against us, there's nothing wrong with our memory. We will remember. And whether or not you work in open council or if you're working behind closed doors, we will remember what you have done in this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Burnett. And after Fred Burnett will be Maribel Martinez.
Good morning, Council. My name is Fred Burnett. I'm an engineering geologist with the Bureau of Engineering, and I've been employed by the city for the last 26 years. I just want to mention a few things. My office mostly works in underground construction, and I'd like you guys to relook at the contracting and work that the Bureau does. We provide construction support for a lot of your facilities that have been built recently, including the PAB and the other police facilities nearby. A lot of our construction support was contracted out, and a lot of that time that resulted in a lot of overtime for a bunch of contractors that basically was corporate welfare, and we think we could have done some of that work, or we could have been removed from furloughs to do that work. Also, the Bureau's losing quite a bit of engineers to the Department of Water and Power, and why not? They get paid better. They got a 3.2% bonus this year, and they have no fear of furloughs. Basically, please remove layoffs and furloughs and allow us to do our work. Thank you.
After Ms. Martinez, will be Trish Hewer.
Good morning. Confusion, fear, anger. These are only a few words that can describe my feelings, and I'm sure those of many employees for the City of Los Angeles. I am confused. I would like to know why one of the greatest cities in the world is in the financial disaster that it is in now. But it is not my job to know why. However, there are 13 council members with a staff of several hundred who are supposed to know why. I will be honest, I know nothing of what it takes to balance a city's budget. However, it doesn't take a genius to see that those in charge have failed to do so. I am angry that the only option the board has brought forth is the layoff of 4,000 LA City employees. I truly believe that the city has not researched all other avenues of potential budget cuts. If you can honestly tell me that laying me off is going to save this city, I am prepared to hand in my resignation. The employees that are at risk of losing their jobs have some of the lowest salaries of all city employees, which doesn't make sense. Let's also look at those employees whose salaries are double, triple, or even quadruple our salaries. Losing my job doesn't make me angry. The fact that the board and the mayor has failed us does. Thank you.
And following our next speaker will be Tricia Ott. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Trish Hoyer, and I work for Recreation and Parks. As you know, we provide many services for communities throughout the city of Los Angeles. More importantly, low-income families that depend on us to provide affordable and quality child care, activities for seniors, positive programs for at-risk youth, and adult sport leagues. If you lay off workers and close parks, it will greatly affect the community, especially the low-income ones. Please consider and think about the long-term effects of these layoffs when there's not enough staff to maintain parks. Crime will increase. Gangs will take over those parks again. The parks will be dirty and unsafe with trash, graffiti, needles in the play area. So remember, it's about prevention, not just suppression, which the mayor is pushing with LAPD hiring more officers. Rec and Parks is also part of the public safety. And the mayor actually depended on Rec and Park to run his summer nights program for gang reduction. So we just really plead with you that you really consider these things for the communities that are in those areas with those parks, especially for low-income families. Thank you.
Following Patricia Ott will be Susan Bach.
Hi, good morning, Council. I'm Patricia Ott. I've been with LA Animal Services for the last 16 years, and I am an animal care technician for the East Valley Shelter. Animal Services has been understaffed chronically, except for the last 4 years. We finally got enough staff to handle the workload at that time. During these difficult times, we've increased our adoptions and decreased our euthanasias. Beyond that, the economy, the way it is now, has increased the number of animals being turned in and animals abandoned due to animals being left behind at homes when people have been foreclosed upon. Animal Services is responsible for public safety and the welfare of the animals in our great city. Animal Services is required to respond to emergencies, the fires, the floods. We have to keep our shelters staffed and continue daily operations while we are out there rescuing up to 250 horses. We're off-site. We need all of our officers, our animal care technicians, and everyone to continue to operate and to save the animals, and because people will not go if their animals are going to be left behind and possibly perish. I believe that layoffs are not the answer, but if everybody's going to take a pay cut, then you know what? Let it be specially funded positions, general fund positions, DWP, council, and mayor. Let us all take the equal burden. Thank you.
Following Susan will be Matt Dowd.
Good morning, honorable council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Susan Bach. As many of you know, I work for the Department of Transportation. I've worked for the City of Los Angeles for over 20 years as a land use and transportation planner. For the past 10 years on mass transit projects in many of your districts. I'm currently represented by EAA and therefore on 10% furlough, unfortunately. I've worked in 3 different city departments, and I've also worked as a private consultant in Los Angeles. I've been a resident of CD5 for the past 10 years, and before that, CD11. So I've been around, and I've been eating my own cooking. Balancing the city's budget through privatization, contracting out, layoffs, and pay cuts may seem like the most efficient way to balance the budget, because it's the only menu of options that has been presented to you by the CAO. But please think twice before adopting this off-the-rack solution to the city's budget woes. What we really need is proactive management with a longer time horizon than 1 or 2 terms of office. The problem is that the city has been already cutting away at the muscle of its labor force for most of the past decade through managed hiring and other practices. We're now cutting into the bone. For example, I lost 2 of my best engineers this past year to DWP in the private sector. They wanted to stay, but I couldn't promote them into the existing vacancies because of managed hiring. And this is going on across the city. We're now losing a large part of our institutional knowledge and memory through the ERIP. This is not a good situation for the nation's second largest city to be in. Contracting out is not a solution. Every city employee, including me, who works with consultants and contractors knows that for every dollar spent on contractors, we spend twice as much overseeing, reviewing, and redoing their work. It's a sad fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Dowd. Following Matt Dowd will be Adam Dedeaux.
Thank you. Straight from the green room, and let me answer a couple of things. Let me tell you why they're going straight to layoffs. Because they did nothing. For so long, they did nothing. And that's our biggest thing. See, this is exactly my issue. We came here from Venice Beach, me, Zuma Dog, Michael Hunt, because they were taking our jobs away. You know, we had incomes, we had expression, we had things we were doing. We weren't taking people's jobs away. We were a tourist attraction. We were part of the local community. So we had to sue for it. And now we're back there. That's how I can afford to get something to eat now. So here's what happens if there's 4,000 firings on this side of the rope. How about we have 1 council person resign? 1. And I'll tell you who. Because, look, let me say this. The candlelight vigil at the mayor's house, I'm going. Tomorrow night, Thursday, February 25 at 5 p.m. And the phone number for that on TV too, 310-972-0871. Call Charles. Now here's the council person who has to resign. It's Jan Perry, and I'll tell you why. Because the city doesn't have any money because they have to pay the pension fund. Because that's in the city charter. Because they took all the pension money and they put it in downtown development and real estate with the mayors involved. Jack Weiss, thank God he's not here anymore, Weatherly Capital. This Ritz-Carlton thing is $1 billion catastrophe right here in downtown Los Angeles. The beautiful big thing. It's $1 billion catastrophe, and we warned you about it, and Bill Rosendahl does nothing. He's promised everything at Venice Beach, and he's done nothing.
Thank
and
you.
he just does
Adam
nothing
Nadeau.
to this day.
Following Adam will be Jose Orozco. Jose Orozco. You're done, sir. Adam Nadeau, you here, sir? Okay, Jose Orozco. Following Jose Orozco will be Symbol Wright.
Good morning, Council. My name is Adam Nadeau. I'm a park ranger for the City of Los Angeles. I'm ready to talk about the importance of our services for the city. As a park ranger, I'm a peace officer. I'm a sworn peace officer. I'm a wildland firefighter. I'm a certified first responder, a trained interpreter, and we also provide search and rescue services. In my short time as a park ranger, I've only been a park ranger here for a year. A little over a year for the city. I've responded to 3 fires, multiple medical calls, everything from a bee sting to a broken bone to a heart attack. As park rangers, we're the first ones on scene, and when other agencies do need to respond, such as the recent incident in Griffith Park, we're the ones that know the trails, know how to get the people that need to get there to the place they need to be. I provide daily law enforcement. I'm assigned to the patrol unit myself. I've personally taken convicted felons off the street. Rangers provide a unique service. We do things that other agencies don't do. We are a unique niche, particularly in Griffith Park. When someone's lost on a trail, it's the park rangers that find them. When someone has a broken down vehicle, it's the park rangers that help them out. When someone needs any type of assistance or directions to the observatory, it's the park rangers that take care of that. And when trees are dying at the Silver Lake Reservoir, myself, along with other rangers, and Councilman LaBonge, actually took a water tender out and watered the trees so they wouldn't die. So really, I'm just here to urge the council to consider all the options that might be available and save our jobs, because we provide a unique service to the citizens of Los Angeles, and we'd like to continue to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Jose Orozco here? Jose Orozco?
He had an emergency.
Right. Go
He
ahead,
had an
Symbol.
emergency. He had to leave.
You're Symbol Wright?
Symbol Wright.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Symbol Wright, sanitation and wastewater. Of course, I'm a resident, born and raised in the city of Los Angeles, proud city employee. We're not here as greedy employees. We're here to provide services to the citizens and the guests of the city of Los Angeles. We take pride in what we do. Now, if you cut these services by laying people off, such as picking up trash, cleaning the sewers, cutting the trees, filling the potholes, traffic officers, the libraries, the parks, that's not going to affect just our families and us. It's going to affect the communities, the visitors. It's going to affect the citizens of Los Angeles. That's why all of us, that's why we're all here. City council, the mayor, the city employees, that's what we're here for, to provide services to the city of Los Angeles. Let's not forget that. That's why we're here. We're not here. We don't make a lot of money already, so we're not here for the money. We're here to provide services, essential services. So let's not forget that. Let's get this money that's due to the city. Enforce that. Let's go. If we have to use the thing for the dogs, go ahead. I just paid my dog license. Let's do that. Whatever it takes, we need to do this before we cut all these services that we provide to the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Bob Schoonover. Bob Schoonover. Bob Schoonover here? No Bob Schoonover? Schoonover. After Bob Schoonover It'll be Carlos Nunez. Carlos Nunez after Bob Schoonover.
Bob Schoonover, President SEIU, Local 721, 30-plus years city employee. You know, it isn't just 4,000 workers you're talking about laying off. There's 2,400 on early retirement. That is, if we can ever get them off the payroll. That's 6,400 civilian employees minus this city, even though it'll probably take 8 or 10 months to do that. You know, for 14 months, we tried to get early retirement. We came to an agreement with this council, gave up pay raises for 2 years, and then 3 months we were back here when we were told we didn't have a deal. So we saved $78 million and gave up 4 more hours of pay. And all through that time there was this, you know, really chic thing, you know, a shared sacrifice. Well, I know where the sacrifice has been. Right there. Right. Every single time. The ideas as well. Almost all the ideas came from these people behind me. 48 hours, we saved $78 million. 48 hours. Remember that? I do. I slept about 8 hours in 2 days. Now, we have come up with many ideas, and you know, I know they're not easy, okay? But you know what? Laying off 4,000 people sounds easy, but it's not easy. It's time to do the hard work here and do this thing right. It's going to take a little bit longer, but everybody will be better off for it. The people behind me, the citizens, and you will be better off. Let's do this thing the right way, the hard way, but let's get it done. Let's fix this budget. Let's do it. Right.
Carlos Nunez. No Carlos Nunez in the chambers. Anthony Mastrolia. You are the tall one.
Yep, that's me.
Don't mess with this man.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I have way too many thoughts to get out right now, so I'll do my best. My hat goes off to you to have to make a lot of these decisions, but please be very meticulous in your decision making at this time, because all these people out here aren't just numbers on paper. And when you're doing cutting, sometimes it just turns into numbers and you become desensitized. And right now, the infrastructure of the city is hurting bad. And the dust hasn't settled yet quite from the ERIP. Like Bob Schoonover mentioned, the 2,400 employees. We're hurting bad at the fire department. We can barely keep up with the maintenance of this apparatus. But if we lose more, we're losing even more employees in this next coming month. And then you're talking about cutting another 10% of our pay. That's telling us you're important, but not quite important enough to make a full wage. And that really hurts us, because we do care about our jobs, and we want to protect the city. Now, with this infrastructure that's being depleted, we're not taking into consideration possible natural catastrophes. We're prone to earthquakes here. We're prone to riots, and God forbid a terrorist attack. When 9/11 happened, what if those employees were furloughed? What happens if something like that happens? I know for a fact that if a major earthquake happens, every one of these employees is going to come to duty to take care of the citizens. And that's why we're here. Private industry is not going to do that. They're not going to come in and protect the citizens when a catastrophe happens. So, again, I thank you for your time, and privatization is not going to help us, because you cannot get a good finished product like we can provide the city and the citizens. Thank you.
Thelma Perez. Perez. No Perez. Pete Stir.
Morning, Council. My name is Ranger Pete Stewart. I'm here on my off time. I'm also a resident and a property owner here in the city of Los Angeles. I've been with the Park Ranger Division for approximately 20 years. In June, it will be 20 years. I'm a field training officer, and for the past year and a half, I've trained approximately 5 Ranger trainees. 3 of them at this time were targeted for layoffs. Approximately $100,000 was put into each Park Ranger trainee: academy training, field officer training, firefighting training, you name it. I squeezed 20 years of experience into a matter of a couple of months with each trainee. This would be a loss to the city if these people were laid off. And not to mention the services that we render to the public. We are first responders in Griffith Park. We know the trails inside and out. We escort the fire department up to the locations. They're the ones calling us saying, where is this incident? Please escort us there. And not to mention the diversion of criminal activity in Griffith Park, just having that extra ranger out there, or that current ranger that is working, diverting activity, especially on a Saturday night up at the observatory, where sometimes we get some people coming up there that want to engage in criminal activity. On top of that, cost reduction to LAPD and General Services Police. We could get out there quick, assess the situation. They could free up a black and white for the residential areas. And also for the fire department, on a first respond call, we may assess a first aid or injury type incident, and we may be able to handle it, freeing up the fire department for other emergencies. Thank you.
Teresa Isaias.
Hi, my name is Teresa Isaias. I am a clerk for the Los Angeles Public Library. I am also the sole wage earner for my family. I'm not going to speak to how devastating layoff would be to my family personally. Many of my sisters and brothers in the coalition have done so much more eloquently than I ever could. Instead, I'm going to speak about the importance of our libraries in our communities in this time. During this economic depression, we have seen a dramatic increase in library attendance. We have people lining up at our doors every single day before we open. Our computers are constantly in use. It used to be that you could possibly find a computer that had not been reserved. That is not the case anymore. What will happen with the layoffs will be a virtual gutting of one of the best library systems in the country that certainly serves the most diverse population in the United States. You will be putting children out onto the street who will no longer have the library's resources to use after school up until the time their parents are able to pick them up. You will no longer have a library that provides sanctuary for people already frazzled by trying to make it day to day and find a job and write a resume. Those people as well will be out on the street. I urge you to speak with the coalition. We can all work together. This is our city. We are the city's workers. We are proud to do it. Thank you.
Cassandra Polk. No Cassandra. Robert Rostro.
Good morning, council members. The impact of these layoffs, everybody's mentioned them. I feel that there are definitely other ways to go about this. There are plenty of companies, corporations that owe the city money. I think those bills need to be collected first. By laying employees off, the impact it will have on their families. 4,000 jobs, that's a lot of jobs. These are people that are going to go to to the state and collect unemployment, that's going to further downgrade the entire economy, not to mention those that will foreclose on their homes. There are plenty other ways to go about it. The ERIP is taking way too long. From what I understand, I read the paper the other day that the Million Tree Program is still going on. Do you know how much a tree costs? I mean, it's not $1 a tree, that's 1,000,000 trees. Trees aren't cheap, neither are the crews involved planting those trees, the maintenance of those trees. How can you still have that program going? I just, that's a burden on everyone here. I just think there's many other things we can do. There's other ways. Let's work this thing out together. And I have faith in everyone here that we will do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Natty Mischling. Natty Mischling. Is there a Natty here? There you go. Go ahead, Natty.
Council members, good morning. My name is Nadie Mackling. I am an engineering associate in MOU 8 for 20 years. My salary comes from special funds. We have been furloughed for 18 pay periods with no end in sight. MOU 8 is in labor contract negotiations through the CAO's labor relations analyst, Mr. Errol Griffin, since December 15 of last year. You and us, we have a common goal, and that is to provide professional work and services that ensure that water, air, wastewater, diversion of wastes from landfills, and green environment programs are complied with, or the city gets levied with thousands of dollars per day for non-compliance. Our chemists and biologists provide some very stringent and highest quality of testing of materials used in roads and buildings. Let us do what we do best, and that is to generate revenue for the city. Whether it's approving plan drawings so that construction projects can proceed, or researching and analyzing and applying for grant fundings. And the furloughs for us. Do not lay us off. Do not marginalize our contribution when in fact we generate revenue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
John Babikra. John Babikra. Not here. Alan Peshek is our final speaker. Peshek, Alan, you are here, sir? That's our last speaker on this public comment period. He's coming up now.
Thank you, members of council. I'd like to welcome all my brothers and sisters here that work for the city of LA. Take a hard look at these faces. These are the faces of LA. They are on the scene. This room holds 400 people. Multiply that by 10. That's what you want to lay off. Multiply that by another 3. That's how many people are going to be affected. Not only their spouses, but their kids. There is a lot of waste going on. $400 million, you guys missed that? Let's get real. This is ridiculous. What I just passed out was a copy of our agreement. On page 3, acknowledgement of shared sacrifices. First paragraph, last sentence. The mayor and council are committed to ensuring that all city employees share in the collective sacrifice during this time, and that all city entities participate equitably. What have you guys done? What has the CAO's office done? What has DWP done? We're all in this together. Make it right. Thank you.
That completes our public comment period. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I would ask that we take up item 11. And colleagues, I would ask if you would for a moment, excuse my voice, it's a little bit weak today, but I would ask your indulgence on number 11. We can't respond directly to public comment, but a couple of us were speaking. I think you deserve to hear some answers to things that you brought up today. We deserve a moment to have a discussion as a family. So I would propose we go to number 11. I would ask you folks, with your concurrence, to suspend the rules to allow me to speak for up to about 10 minutes. Feel free to jump in and to also say things after, but I don't want folks leaving here today without getting the answers that they deserve in a discussion that this moment, when you've taken time to be here, you deserve as well. So with that, if there's no objection, I'd ask that we take up item 11, which happens to touch on all these. We can't respond to you in public comment, but item 11 deals with these issues. So I'm just going to say some general things on item 11, and if they happen to answer your questions or address your points, even the better. All right? Is there any objection to that? If not, okay.
Oh, no. Is there an objection, Ms. Hahn?
Not really, except for, we kind of did this yesterday, and yet 9 and 11, or 9 and 10 actually lead up to, I think, you know, the budget issue.
And I would encourage...
So then when we start bringing up those things, then they just throw up those items on the agenda. It seems like the other ones would address some of these budget issues.
We can do them with whatever numbers. I don't care. I just want to answer them and start by asking folks if we could suspend the rules so I can address for about 10 minutes the workers that are here.
Right, but then go back to, I like that
Absolutely.
better. Let's do it that way.
Okay.
And Mr. Garcetti, there's 23 cards on 11.
Can I speak before them?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
About 5 months ago, I stood up here in chambers with my colleagues and with many of you, and we talked about the city family, that we are one family, and that we're together. That today is no different. And families are not tested by the happiest moments. They're tested by their toughest challenges. They're tested at the moments when there may be disagreements or high emotions. They're tested when the most difficult decisions have to be made. And they're tested, as Mr. Butcher said, by the memories that we have, not just the bad memories, but the memories that each one of us carry within ourselves of the work that we've done together. I know when we come here for these meetings, a few times or now 5 times a week, it seems like there's a line right here that would divide whether it's the public or today you, an us and them, or a them and us. We certainly don't feel that, and the rest of the week that line doesn't exist, and we're side by side with you. The people who work in our council offices are side by side, assisting you in help as you assist them in help to assist together the people we all serve, the people of LA. I think that there is not a disconnect, and why it is so important for you to be here and to continue to be here, and there's many more of you here today, but there's not been a day since we've been doing this budgeting when there hasn't been some of you here. Because it is important to continue to put a human face on what we are doing. I think our friend who works on our fire apparatuses put it best, that sometimes numbers become so overwhelming, you lose the people behind them. And we remind ourselves of that privately every day, but be as reminded as dramatically and as in our face way as you being here is very important to us. We know that every single, I've had reporters ask, well, if you only do this little thing, that's only $75,000. And I remind them that's one person, and that's one family, and that's one home, and that's one street in one neighborhood. And when you get to $750,000, if you can save, because an employee has a great idea of how our licensors can actually across two databases that a DWP and the city owns and go and target and, yes, generate even more income, not to save a job for the sake of a job. We work because the jobs we have are good and righteous jobs that provide things to people that they need, so they can have safer dogs and safer neighborhoods, or they can have sewers that aren't overflowing. They can have trees that are trimmed so they feel safe at night when they walk home to where they live or when they're coming from work. So I wanted to state a few value statements that I believe are guiding us in this process and answer a couple of the things that were said, because sometimes things get repeated so much, it happens on this side as much as on that side. They become truisms when sometimes they're not exactly the way things are. Let me put one value statement first forward, that I believe I represent everybody on this council when one of our values is going to be layoffs last. It has to be. It must be. And when we talk about eliminating positions, and we looked at the creativity that, yes, came from the unions for an early retirement program, and we sat around, regardless of political ideologies here, you had people far to the left and far to the right who round the clock worked and put ideology aside and said, if we can figure out a way to do this, this is the right and righteous way to move forward, and we did it 5 months ago. A second value that we have is that our employees matter. Every single one of them matter. We have to be accountable. We as a council have to do our work and work hard. I know the hours these people put in. I know the hours that these people put in. Employees and people matter. We can sit here, it's part of our job to be yelled at as it is. You all know that as city employees. You get yelled at too by constituents who come up and say, why are you doing this? Why are you parking your vehicle there? Why are you telling me I need a dog license? We share that. So as we absorb this, know that it's the same thing that you do all the time, to absorb that and to move beyond the emotions of how that feels, to listen to what might be right, to listen to where people might have something there. Third, services matter. There's a lot of people out there ideologically who might say what the city does, we shouldn't do it all. And in some cases we can't do it all right now. But whether we should or shouldn't, I certainly believe that government has been starved for a long time, that our tax burden is not high compared to other cities in most categories and for individuals, and that you get what you pay for, that our services matter to the people, to the quality of life that they have. I just read about Colorado Springs, Colorado, which has had a third drop in their revenues. Guess what they're doing? They're turning off half of all their street lights, a third of their traffic lights permanently. They put their police helicopter up on eBay to sell off. They're taking all the trash cans away from their parks and asking people who live in Colorado Springs to bring their own trash bags and clean up, and then on the weekends asking them to bring their lawnmowers because they're not going to be trimming the grass anymore. They're laying off police and fire and sanitation workers, and that's a vision of one city of how they're going to deal with it. And ideologically, some people are celebrating. And yet I would say that in Colorado Springs, just as in Los Angeles, every service we cut, people are going to feel, and they're going to ask, why isn't it there? Services matter. And a fourth thing is that failure is not an option. And this is the most difficult one because it's finally guiding all of us here. Failure is not an option for any of us, for you or for us. The finger of blame of how we got here, there are 4 simple reasons why we got here. And they're not bad reasons, most of them. One is that our workforce has expanded. And we have done that together because we have said that people and services matter. That since 1999, we added about 4,000 workers doing good things in this city. And why we were able to do that is the economy was rising. Secondly, our pension and our pay has risen a little bit more, certainly the pensions, which I'll get back to, than the rate of inflation. So that does create a gap when suddenly we don't have the economic growth that we've had. Third, we're here also because we had an economy that fell. People can talk about mismanagement all they want. They can talk about waste in government. But when you look at it, government is over 85% in the city of LA. Our salaries and benefits. It's people. So you can call you all waste if you're an outsider, but I don't feel that about you. I don't feel that your salaries or your benefits or your pensions were waste. It was the promise of hard work and an honest agreement that we made together. That we made because we said, you put in an honest day's work, you should get an honest day's pay. But just like in the rest of the economy right now, the other thing that happened when we saw this growth begin to go down, double-digit drops 4 quarters in a row haven't happened in this city since the Great Depression. So facing up, we can say it was the city council, and you can always point to small things the government hasn't done. We can point to departments where you might feel there's more middle managers than there should be. You clear out that whole layer of things that we have and haven't done, it's still a yawning deficit based on the economy. When people said, how do we get here? Read the paper, it's been there. We all know that. We know in the private sector we see that, with layoffs more than we would have imagined, with pay cuts averaging 20%. When we see that across the board, we know that we are in a tough situation, which leads us to the fourth reason that we're here, which is the rising cost of our pensions. Not because those pensions were bad ones, or because you guys have stolen from everybody, but because when the stock market went down, our pensions haven't been misused and abused. In fact, we've had very responsible people that you elect, along with appointments that come from the mayor and council, who have made good investment decisions. But if you don't read the paper, guess what? All investments have dramatically fallen, causing us to have to double the amount that we put in from the general fund, which goes to your salaries now, to make sure that those who have retired get their pensions. And that so when you retire, your pensions will be there. So a couple last things to conclude. Some things that were said, and that continue to be said, and we don't disagree with some of the feeling behind them, but one thing that's been said is if we just would accelerate the transfers and the ERIP. We've been holding hearings, by the way, on each one of these issues. We've been talking to union leaders weekly about this. We've been convening private meetings behind the scenes to make sure that our CAO is back at the table with our unions, thinking through that, and we've turned over every stone. When somebody suggested wood chips to turn into biodiesel, Mr. Krikorian's staff spent time on that. I have spent time on that. When somebody talked about a doggy database, we look at that. Things are moving, and yet if we turn over every stone, sometimes there's a lot less under it than we think, and other times there's something there. But even if you add that, there is still a gap of about 4,000 positions, not layoffs. Please don't conflate the two. We already know 1,000 are going to be transferred, so it's a 3,000 person problem. But I heard you applaud today, and maybe you didn't mean it, but when somebody from there said, this should come in wage cuts and not in layoffs, I personally couldn't agree more. Not because I want to cut a single person's salary, but when it comes down to it, and if we can agree that these are honest numbers, as we did in September, and after we do everything else that we can, when people talk about the debt, for instance, 400 million plus out there, over 80% of that debt is ambulance billings from indigent folks that we can't realistically look at getting back. We might get a little bit. And parking tickets, which are extremely, they're a big number, but unless we put a boot on everybody's car and buy a lot of boots and on those single and double tickets, they're immensely difficult. And the industry standard, even for a company, is only about 15%. Let's put a number that's a good number. The city attorney is working aggressively to start prosecuting people. But some of those millionaires and billionaires, it's mostly not them. It's poor folks from ambulances, and it's individual tickets. Some of those big ones are people who are bankrupt. They happen to have been millionaires, but now they're bankrupt and we're in court with them. It's not that people haven't moved or aren't moving even more aggressively, but at the end we can't deny there's still this big number. So I didn't want to miss this opportunity to say in front of all of you that I hope that we can do zero layoffs. But that only comes by making sure not just civilians, but has to be across the board. If every general funded employee took a 10% pay cut, that's zero layoffs. If it was a 7% pay cut, it would be 1,000 layoffs. If it was a 3.3% cut, it would be 2,000 layoffs. And we're going to work hard to make sure we can get every single one of those numbers down with every single penny we can find. It was also said that people have talked about stimulus money. Mr. Alicone's brought that up. We're looking at that. We're finding here and there a dozen positions we can save and a dozen more. But at the end of the day, it's such a big problem, and failure is not an option as the value. We hope that we can together solve this. I hope that answered some of your questions. But I don't believe in furloughs. I don't believe in layoffs. But I think we all believe in the preservation of services, and I'll end with this. For those who would want to slash government so much that we would never recover, and for those who pretend we don't have a problem, in between that is a better way, which admits this is going to be painful, which admits some people may lose their jobs if we can't get big enough cuts or concessions or figuring out how to do this together. But we do have to preserve what we do. We do have to keep some people there. We can't cut out every last service. We can't decimate our parks by closing them down 3 days a week that they get so run down that we can never bring them back. Or a library that doesn't have somebody in it that nobody goes to them anymore and it becomes so neglected that it no longer is even an asset for us. That middle way of trying to figure out how we can keep the skeleton of a government there and then bring it back in better years is better than the layoffs. But we need your help to concede that, to sacrifice. We will be there. You asked what we have done every single time we stand up. We have furloughed our own offices. We have cut more than 25% of our own offices. We have taken pay cuts. On top of that, we have laid people off. We have eliminated positions because council offices are no different than any other city workers. And we will continue to lead the way. Any pay cut you take, we will take. Any layoffs and furloughs that you have to look at, we will look at too. And we have shown ourselves to be those partners. Employees matter. We are a part of one city. We are still a family. And with your help, we'll get through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Cardenas, Mr. LaBonge, and Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I think it's important for us to understand. What's that?
Is this for 10 minutes or?
Are we on 11?
I don't need 10 minutes.
Well,
I'm good with 3.
Are we on 11?
If you want 10 minutes, Mr. Alarcon, we can suspend the rules for you.
All right,
Okay.
I'll take it.
If you can get the votes, that is.
One of the things that I want people to understand where I'm coming from as an elected policymaker within the city, and I think that many of my colleagues share at least a good portion of this point that I'm going to make. When we look at all of the responsibilities of a $4+ billion budget, we also look at all of the obligations that we don't have choices about. Some of those things are just dedicated and we don't have anything, not much we can do about that. There's very little of that budget that we actually can control and make a difference on outside of the base responsibilities that we have as a government. And that goes for all levels of government. But the point that I want to make is that when we talk about whether or not we need to eliminate 1,000 positions or 200 positions or 2 positions or 4,000 positions or whatever it is, we're also focusing as well at every moment about how can we remain healthy as a city so we can protect the services to our 4 million constituents with the 10 and 20 and 30 and 40,000 workers that are going to remain working for the city. Because, for example, what happened yesterday is we got news that we were downgraded by a rating agency. And a lot of people might say, well, what the heck does that have to do with me? I work for Animal Services, or I work for Sanitation, or I work for Recreation and Parks. Well, what it has to do with you is the fact that our bond rating was downgraded, it might cost us $10 or maybe $20 million more over this next 12 months just to keep the payroll going by having to use our bond mechanisms. What that means is that's $10 or $20 million we now do not have in the general fund, and $85 out of every $100 in the general fund goes to your salaries and benefits, all of us who garner a payroll from the city. So if we don't keep trying to balance all of our responsibilities, we accidentally start meltdown actions that actually do not allow us to keep even the remaining people employed after 1,000 positions are eliminated, or 1,300, or up to 4,000. That's where my mind is at, and those are the things that I signed up for. I signed up for listening to you for 10 minutes or 3 hours in open session about what is on your mind and what you think we should think about. I signed up for that. Yet at the same time, I signed up, there's buttons in front of my desk, I signed up to make decisions sometimes easy on a good day and sometimes very, very difficult on a bad day. I signed up for that. I accept that. Yet at the same time, what I hope that you would understand is that you have the right to question me. I want you to question me. Yet at the same time, please understand, sometimes it looks really simple, but it's not. And when we talk about 1,000 eliminated positions or 4,000 eliminated positions, I'll tell you where I'm coming from. I'm thinking about the 30,000+ positions that I want to remain healthy so we can balance the books and keep paying for all of our retirements and keep paying for everybody's salaries. That's on my mind as well. So there's two sides to the coin. It's not just looking at the positions that may be eliminated, whatever that number is at the end of the day. It's also making sure that whoever is left to work here, that we're able to make your payroll. Because when we don't make your payroll, it's meltdown time. And then some judge is, with a stroke of a pen, going to say, there goes 5,000 positions, there goes 10,000 positions. Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen, if it gets to that point, there's going to be one person, not 15, not the mayor, there's going to be a judge taking over the city of Los Angeles and deciding with a stroke of a pen, I just eliminated 5,000 positions as judge, whoever that is. That's the reality. I think about that every single day.
Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for coming down. Thank you for every day that you work. I know some of you, have met some of you in the streets in the districts throughout. Together we could try to find a way to solve this problem, but is an absolute real problem from the whole world situation through our country, through our state, to Los Angeles. My office is always open. We continue to work to try to find a solution. Thank you for expressing yourself.
Mr. Alarcon, our final speaker on this matter.
Yes, I too want to thank you for coming out. I want to say that I agree with you. I believe there has been a rush to judgment that has placed the bulk of the burden on the backs of the workers for the city, who are only trying to provide better services to the people of Los Angeles. And we forget that that's what you're doing. Each one of you represents services, quality services that go to the public. And every time we talk about cutting a position, we are talking about cutting those services to the people that we serve. So while we rush to judgment to come up with arbitrary figures of 4,000 that we're going to cut, there's no consideration for the thousands of calls we're going to get when they stop trimming trees and some kid falls over on a skateboard and sues the city. And we have done nothing to maintain the trees, so they're going to sue us, and we're not going to have the 50-50 cut with the owner because it's going to be all our responsibility. I think, but we need your presence. I don't think that it's honest for the city council to decide to go to 4,000 job eliminations after a closed session when there's 5 people in the audience and they refused my motion to table the motion until we can have a few days to consider it to know what the ramifications are. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's right for us now that the CAO is running around today with a calculation of what that decision meant a week ago. We needed that calculation then. And that figure, 4,000, was supposed to give the bond raters something to mollify their discussion about downgrading us, and they laughed. They downgraded us anyway. That didn't help, did it? But when we have real conversations about really cutting the budget in a way that won't affect existing employees, existing services, when we talk about not hiring new police officers at a time when we're talking about laying off existing workers, we're not having that discussion. And frankly, the mayor needs to have that discussion right now because that will improve our bond rating. And so I agree with you. I don't think there has been an attitude of trust. I don't think there has been good faith. I don't think there has been honest discussion of the true calculations of what will occur if we cut this service versus that service. 4,000 is just a number. I don't know whether that's 4,000 times 25,000 or 4,000 times 100,000. It depends on who you cut, what services you cut, in terms of the ramifications, the equipment necessary for those particular positions, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have the information to make those kinds of decisions. And guess what? The bond raters know that. That's why they laughed. That's why they scoffed at this action, because it did nothing. They know that, and you know that. But the fact of the matter is, if we are going to effectively make these decisions, you've got to be part of the solution. You've got to be part of the equation. And as difficult as it is for you to be here, we need you here to make better decisions in the full light of day. Thank you for being here. Don't go away, because those of us who believe in you will need your support to be able to get us over this hurdle.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, and Mr. Labange as well. We do have cards on this, but Ms. Hahn, I think, has made the excellent point that number 9, and I know folks are going to have to trail out of here in different orders, but one of the big things that has come from a number of different sources, council members, unions, others have talked about our contracts, going to their existing private contracts and reducing the cost of those and saving money and saving jobs. If we could take that up first, I know Ms. Hahn wants to speak on that, it'll give folks a chance to hear some of that work and see the work move forward today on that. We will come back to 11, so anybody who has cards on that will be heard, but I think given the urgency that could actually save jobs with the passage, I would propose we go to 9 next.
So we're going to go to item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed on that item as well.
All right, and also, is 14 tied to that, to number 9? We can link those together. So let's do 9 and 14 together. Mr. Koretz, you are on the queue, sir.
Yes, thank you. This is my motion to suggest that we make every attempt to get a 10% voluntary cut from all of our service contractors throughout the city of Los Angeles. And in Audits and Government Efficiency Committee, we were told when we were dealing with a different subject that we have $2 billion in service contracts when we were looking at the issue of how we make our payments. Now, from those $2 billion, if we got a 10% voluntary reduction, we'd achieve $200 million in savings. We're not expecting that, but my hope is that we can wind up with a significant figure in the $30 to $50 million range. Now, both I and Ms. Hahn have motions. I'd like to make mine verbally to significantly add to the savings that we can achieve from these contracts. I believe that we need to give budget instructions to the CAO as he begins preparation of next year's budget to require that there be a minimum amount of contract services savings from cuts over the next year to that $2 billion group of services. And while it may be difficult for departments to reach a mandated contract savings level, that task is certainly no more difficult than asking general managers to operate departments following 4,000 layoffs. Is it logical to ask for an across-the-board cut to contract services? And I would say no less logical than layoffs and less problematic, because we don't have to pay unemployment benefits to cut services. We don't trigger raises that nobody really wants but are mandated by our agreements. We don't create a bumping situation that disrupts almost all of our city employees. It doesn't take 8 to 10 months to implement, and it can be captured this year. So therefore, I'd like to make a motion that we amend item 5 to state that we expect the CAO to identify at least $100 million in contract savings, and with a target of $200 million as he prepares the 2010-2011 budget. And in addition, we direct that they begin to capture those savings now in time to capture a minimum of $10 million during this budget year.
Is there a second on that? Mr. Rosendahl, second.
And I'd like to ask him a question.
Mr. Rosendahl has a question for you, Mr. Koretz.
Item 5 of the Budget and Finance.
On your motion, Mr. Koretz?
Yes.
I second the motion because it's an obvious no-brainer for us, but where'd you get the figure of $100 million?
Like our figure of 4,000 layoffs, I essentially grabbed it from the air. I looked at a total figure of $2 billion in contracts, and I thought, could we not practically capture 5% of that in cuts? I think we can. Are there tree trimming contracts out there that we could save for a year or two we don't need? Can we just cut them? Yes, we can. I mean, there's services just like the services that we're cutting in layoffs. And frankly, we've heard things back and forth over how much out of the air we captured these cuts. If you look at the piece of paper, I'm not saying anything out of school. I'm not talking about what actually was discussed in closed session. If you look at the piece of paper that we voted on that was given to the city clerk, it talked about 1,000 layoffs, and you can see the scratch where that was changed to 4,000. So you know that that was not something that we had planned on for weeks or months. That was a figure we decided very suddenly. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time, as we've been thinking about all these things for a long time, and I came up with my best estimate of what I thought we could safely find a cut for.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. Well, this is an item that we're talking about in terms of contracting out. So off the bat, we are asking the city to go to all of our contractors and ask for a voluntary 10% reduction in contracts. But I think Councilmember Koretz and I would like to go farther than that. What I would like for the CAO to do, just like we've had a layoff list for city employees, I would like a layoff list for contractors. And what I would like, I'm serious about this. I want us to look at general funded contracts right now, come back with a priority list. Hopefully it's the most expensive, the least productive, and make a priority on how we can begin to terminate those contracts. That will provide savings, I believe, but more importantly, it may open up possibilities for city employees to fill that work right now. So that's the amending motion. It's 9A. I think that's what we need to look at. And when I see the tree trimmers out there, one of the things I do know that since Gina Marie Lindsay was here, she actually went back and pulled the contract that was going to be on the the airport board meeting for tree trimming. And so thankfully she got the message that we gave her, and I applaud her for that. Now there's going to be some negotiating with our city employees on whether or not they can trim the trees at the airport. I think that's the steps we need to begin taking immediately. And that's an example of what I'm asking for, is a contract layoff list. Let's begin laying off our contractors and providing our city employees with those exact jobs. That's what this amendment. You know, and the other thing I'd like to, I'd also like to instruct each department, so we can begin, all of us looking at this, list any contract over $5,000 online. Let's see what each department is contracting out right now, so there's more transparency and so that we all have a clear picture of who these contractors are, what this work is, and so give us, again, all the information we need to have to make these tough decisions that we're making. I think that's lacking right now, and I think that is the right thing to do, to have that kind of transparency in terms of, and some of them, you know, maybe they can't be filled by city employees. Maybe some of them, there's a reason. I know the charter makes it very clear that before we contract out, there needs to be an analysis of, is it more efficient, is it more cost effective, and can city employees do that job? So I know that already happens, but times are really different right now, and we're in a crisis. And I think that information needs to be a little bit more transparent, so we know, every department, where they're contracting out and whether or not we can not only get that 10% reduction, but maybe eliminate it altogether. And I think what we're doing is reinventing ourselves. But we got to reinvent ourselves for the benefit of our city employees, not for outside contractors. Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn, and I'm the maker of one of these two motions, and part of the work we want to do is to start to dig in and get good estimates. I know, Mr. Koretz, you said a line which was a good line, either two wrongs don't make a right, or both folks are doing good estimates and trying to do them at the best of their ability, and it's again corresponding to a real number that our CLA did break down and our CAO broke down further today. It's not that people are saying that's the only solution, we never have. But it's the insurance policy that if the other things don't come through, that's an honest number. If I can ask Gary Lee Moore to come forward, our engineer, city engineer, and also I know that we have a representative from our city attorney's office, Ted Jordan. part of the idea behind this, colleagues, is to actually start digging into what is a good estimate. Because, I'll put a motion forward for $1 billion of reduction, but I want to get some idea. We've talked a lot already. We've had 4 or 5 different conversations about this. Now is the time to start seeing, hey, did anybody pick up the phone call since last time we said, pick up the phone and anecdotally tell us, are a couple of our contractors happy to have a contract and to have work, and how would they reduce it? I've been told anecdotally that from the motion where I asked for 10%, city attorneys been able, because it says or more, has been able in some cases to go even beyond that. But from Mr. Moore and from Mr. Jordan, what is your initial kind of stab at this? Not across the board yet. We have to go through these one at a time about what you're hearing from our contractors. What can we reduce? What does that represent? So as we begin to make this calculation, we have to make sure we balance the budget. How many jobs can we save with this, and where are we at in just 2 of the departments that happen to have these contracts?
Good afternoon. Gary Moore, City Engineer with the Bureau of Engineering. Today at 1 o'clock, I'm actually meeting with 75 plus of our consultants to talk about what was in the financial status report and your request to reduce consultant charges by 10%. In talking to a few...
Or more. Don't feel like you can't go further.
Yes. That's what I'm going to emphasize to them. Some of the consultants... some of the early indications, some say they might be able to do that. Others have said they've already begun reductions in their offices. Their employees are also had pay reductions. So I'm just telling the feedback to them. But we very clearly shared with them the letter that the city administrative office had sent, which said that we may decide to terminate the contracts if you choose not to participate. That's going to be something I'll be emphasizing with the consultants today.
And let them know that I think we support Ms. Hahn. We're looking to see, obviously in the charter, I think Mr. Parks pointed out that in the charter we can only contract out where we have to make a finding that current city employees can't do that work. But I've always been a strong supporter of contracting in. If that lays off some of our contracts, we as a body, too, you can tell them, are ready to move on those things.
Absolutely. And right now for us in the Bureau of Engineering, it's not a shortage of work, it's a shortage of staff. So that's why we've had to supplement our staff with consultants. But I'll be emphasizing and looking for, and I've asked for all of them to respond by March 1st with responses to our request to reduce at least 10% or if not more.
So you don't have any anecdote, you haven't had a couple of them say, yeah, we could easily do this, or ones who say there's no way we could?
A few of them have said, one of them said it would be very difficult to do, but at the same time, the consequences of possibly terminating the contract, we'll see what they put in paper. So it's very challenging for them also because they also believe that in most of our consulting contracts, they give proposals with cost. So it's somewhat competitive, and so it's very challenging on their side.
City Attorney?
Yeah, and I would just share in Gary's remarks. One of the highlights about the way we do contracts is we use competitive processes. So I'm sorry. One of the hallmarks of how we award contracts in the city is through competitive processes. Cost is a big part of that, and in some cases, cost is the only factor. So we already have, essentially through that process, got our contractors down to low prices, because they know if they don't come to us with a low price, they risk not getting the contract. Anecdotally, within our office, we've been very aggressive about seeking reductions from, in particular, our outside counsel firms, those that we're keeping, many of which we're not going to keep anymore. It's a negotiation, and the ability of the city to get these reductions, it just depends on the relative negotiating leverage that the city has versus the contractor. But I would share in all of the comments that Gary made, and that's what I'm hearing as well.
So in conclusion, we don't... I'm sorry, I switched microphones. In conclusion, you don't even have any kind of anecdotal batting average yet. I know the meeting's happening today. Part of what today is to try to peg a number like, Mr. Kretz. I'm sure we could all join a goal, but part of it is trying to figure out, are we getting 1 out of 3 of them? Based on that, we can start to make a calculation. Our CAO, we're going to need to be the kind of memory for all these different departments, and I just picked on you two because you're here, and we appreciate that. But any batting averages or anecdotal info?
It wouldn't be appropriate for me at this time to say batting average, but I would say that what some of their comments back to me is, we can reduce by 10%, but it'll also mean a reduction in scope, that we'll design the facility smaller, we'll, not include as many items in that, which is always a challenge because we're trying to maximize what we give the residents of Los Angeles. So it is a challenge, as we understand, with the reductions that everybody's experiencing.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I don't have any really good idea of what our batting average would be or has been on with respect to my own office's contracts.
If you came back then on Monday or Tuesday, would you have those?
I would definitely have feedback at that time.
Okay.
Mr. Cardenas.
So soon? Well, I'm going to take that 100 to 200 million and up it to 400 to 800 million, and but that would be irresponsible for me to say that just like that. Mr. Koretz, where are you getting the 2 billion figure from, and then where are you getting the 100 to 200 million from? Because a bunch of people cheered and got all excited, and the last thing I would want to be is part of a dialogue where we're giving somebody a totally, completely unrealistic false hope. I want to give people hope where we can at least have a chance of achieving something that we are claiming we want to achieve.
Well, in the context of an audits and general and government efficiency committee hearing on how we pay our bills, we were told that we pay $2 billion worth of bills for services and an additional $500 million for supplies, and that's what the city expenses out each year.
Now, see, because it's not making sense to me, because we're already giving $1.6 billion to the police department. We're giving about $800 to $900 million to the fire department just for personnel costs and running those departments. And then we're already giving a round figure of about $500 million to the retirement funds and health benefits. I don't see how there's $2 billion of general fund left on a $4.1 billion budget on an annual basis.
Well, I don't see it either, but that's what we were told. Now, I'm not... Mr. Garcetti may have the discrepancy because I'm not sure they called out whether some of that was special funds or not. So that piece wasn't entirely clear.
Yeah, CAO have a better perspective on that?
Yes, I can provide, David Luther from the CAO's office, I can provide some information on that. But that number was mentioned in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on Monday, and we had promised to try to research where that number came from and if it was valid. We talked to the Controller's office, and what we have basically are two components today, which is the personal services contracts. Those are what we budget in our city budget in our 3040 accounts. That ranges in the neighborhood of about $200 million. About half of that is general fund, $100 million in general fund. And that is what most people, when we talk about contracts and contracts that we might be able to do without or to at least closely scrutinize, it's those personal services contracts. Ken Desowitz is here from General Services Department. He represents the portion of the contracts that deal with commodities and pretty much the contracts awarded by the purchasing agent. There was an audit that was released, I believe, yesterday that estimated that was $500 million in that component.
$500 million out of general fund or just $500 million in purchases from the city in general?
$500 million from the city in general. That includes special funds, MICLA funds, general funds, grant funds.
Now, okay. The missing component is the third part, and that's what Gary Lee Moore could have addressed, but Gary Lee Moore is probably the person to ask about the construction contracts. So there's basically three components: the personal services contracts, the commodities contracts, and the construction contracts. What we've been able to verify so far is if you add GSDs and the personal services contracts, we're at about $1.2 billion.
Okay. Well, again, not general fund.
Not all general fund.
But that, thank you, Council President Garcetti. That's what we need to start doing over and over and over in these deliberations. Instead of just hearing figures, whether it's from council members or people making presentation, we need to quantify and qualify what fund sources we're talking about, because then, again, people get all excited. They think that all of a sudden we have this golden arrow to solve the problem, and in reality, we're talking apples and oranges.
Thank you.
Again, this is not, yes, I'll finish with this. This is not easy, But we have to be careful when we make blanket statements because we mislead and we inform ourselves and the public.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say on this is obviously if we could get a handle on the number of contracts we have and get a dollar figure and get an appreciation and quickly move through that, and if we can get them to take a 10% cut, obviously that's substantially helpful to our issue. So we need to know all those facts going forward. I certainly, when I second his motion, I don't know if it's $100 million or what, so I'm not going to be held into something, and I don't believe we pull things out of the air around here. You got to tell us exactly what it all means, what it all adds up to, what roles we can play. What the bottom line is, we want to collect whatever money we can from contracts now so that it doesn't impact the workers. You know, if I had my goal, there wouldn't be a single worker laid off for any reason whatsoever. However, if we can't make 1 and 1 equal 2 and run this city, we're going to have to deal with it. And we can't be playing games with our brains. So the more we know about what these contracts are worth, where they're coming from, how we can cut back, and the quicker we get that, obviously that's in everybody's best interest.
Mr. Rosendahl, I believe one of the motions asked for the, on today's agenda, asked for the Sierra report back on the March 3rd with a status update on where we are on the 10% reduction exercise, and I believe you've asked the proprietaries to come on that date to talk about the same issue. But by March 3rd, we will have, by that time, some more information on essentially the number of contracts, the types of contracts, and the dollar amounts.
Great. And that's next Wednesday or Thursday?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I think, Mr. Luther, you said, I think the most significant issue is that, yes, we can go forward and ask for all of these cutbacks, but if we don't know what that means as it relates to how much service is going to be lost, how much the building will be reduced, how much value engineering comes out of these buildings, if we don't know that, then the 10% figure becomes less and less important until we can attach what does the 10%. I don't believe that contractors today are going to just say take 10% and I'm going to keep doing what you're doing, because I believe they're in the same fix we're in. They're in some financial difficulty, and to ask them to take 10% off the top and not to ask you to reduce 10% of the project doesn't appear to be that they would do that voluntarily. And so I would hope that when you do the report, you give us the particulars of what the 10% means so that we're just not sending out a cheer and saying 10% and then we find out it's without a floor that we expected on a center, or it's without the 2 doors or the heater that we thought was going to go in. So these are things that are important, that we just not talk about dollars, but we ask for service. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Cardenas for commenting on these issues, is that we hear so many things at our meetings that are misinformation and that lead the public astray, particularly coming from some of the public comment. And I hope that we not participate in it, because we have the information not to say things that are inaccurate. We may not agree with them, but we certainly have access to the material to not be inaccurate. And I think the issue, for those who have been here a short time, the 4,000 figure, from my understanding, has been around since about 18 months to 2 years ago. That's how long we've been talking about these numbers of potential layoffs. What distracted us was the deal with the issue of the early retirements, that then people thought that was the solution. It was never the entire solution. It was always expected that furloughs and layoffs would continue even with the early retirement. And we've said now for at least 2 years, the longer you wait to solve it, the larger the figure gets. So today, we're into the last 4 months of the fiscal year trying to solve something that 2 years ago we knew was here. So if the figure jumps to 5 and those numbers, they were automatically in play just from the length of time that it's taken us. So for those who weren't here 2 years ago, did not hear the 4,000, it just didn't materialize overnight. It's been a part of the discussion for the last couple of years about where we are with the budget for this year and for next. And we've given, every time I've spoken about the last couple of budgets, we've said to everyone that would listen that if you do not take action immediately and if you rely on one-time solutions, you will be able to add more pain at the end of the process. And that's the pain that we're seeing now, because we relied on one-time solutions. We kept people on the payroll that we could not afford. We have pensions we can't afford. We have workers' comp we can't afford. And now we're down to the point that Mr. Luther and Mr. Jerry Miller and the CAO can't go in the bottom drawer and find a one-time windfall and solve our dilemma for the year. The one-time windfall is over, and not only is the one-time windfall over, the entire issue of revenue has now come to us and said, we're down several percent. Even though we recommended a 10% cut for the year, we're down even below that. And so these are the facts as we know them, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to use those facts, and even if we don't agree with them, that's the factual circumstances as we stand here today. But clearly, I would like to make sure when you get into those negotiations, tell us what the 10% means. And if we don't know that, then the 10% becomes less meaningful.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Alarcon?
Well, first of all, let me clarify, Mr. Park, your facts are not my facts. The facts, you said that we knew, I know that wouldn't be the first time that happened, and you're still my friend, but you said that we knew there would be a need for 4,000 cuts. If that were true, then why did we sign an agreement with labor that said that we did not anticipate those cuts? We did. We gave an out. I'm sorry, this is my time, but we gave an out clause that said that if it needed, we could pull it back and then do the furloughs. But no, we promised them. No, that wasn't the fact. I'd be happy to look at those agreements. But the fact is, whether it's private, whether it's a special fund money or whether it's general fund money, it doesn't matter. You should negotiate with all the contractors a cut. Because if it is, let's say it's Prop K and we're building a park someplace. If we can get a contractor to reduce the cost by 10%, then we can take that 10% and apply it to another project, saving a city job that we could transfer from the general fund. So I don't know that Mr. Koretz's numbers are exact. I would guess they're not. But it doesn't matter. The fact is we have billions in contracts that we can, is that correct? We have billions in contracts?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so we can renegotiate it. And we also have to recognize, Mr. Koretz, that billions mean, it could be like 5-year contract. So that's only $1 billion a year. It's not $5 billion in 1 year. So we have to get the numbers right. I have no problem with that. I appreciate what Mr. Cardenas said, because we don't want to make false promises. At the same time, just because it's not a general fund contract doesn't mean that our general fund can't benefit from a renegotiation down. I also think that just as the money is negotiable down, the service is negotiable up. That doesn't mean that just because we get a 10% cut in a private contract doesn't mean that we have to get a 10% cut in services. And the reason is that while the city of Los Angeles does not have a profit margin, they do. We got to take it out of their profit. I mean, they don't need to make that much profit. What's their profit margin? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? If it's 25%, then I say let's take 10%. I mean, it's a variety of things. Is that not correct?
Yes, it would be contract by contract.
So we might look at one contract and ask for 20% with no cut in service. We might look at another contract and say, hey, you can't give us anything. In fact, we probably shortcutted you in the first go-round. But the point is that we have a lot of diverse contracts, a lot of diverse set of services rendered and products and projects negotiated. And we can't have a peanut butter spread of solutions.
Thank you, Mr.
We've got
Alarcon.
to give you the flexibility to negotiate each and every one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding the city family, it seems that sometimes the city family is somewhat dysfunctional. When I think of the Department of Water and Power with the city seal, they're part of the city family. I received a notice at my residence recently that there's a contractor going out to do tree trimming of the utility lines in my neighborhood. Why can't we have the city crews, instead of contracting that out, have the city crews do the tree trimming throughout the city of Los Angeles? They contract with a and I have a gate, so they left a note, call them because the gate's locked, so I called, talked to a guy, he said, okay, we'll be out there. They still haven't shown up. But the fact of the matter is, we're contracting Water and Power, and I don't know what they're paying, but we've got a lot of crews here that are available. We put them to work, and while we talk about the city family, and Eric Garcetti was very focused on that, Water and Power seems to be a separate entity of the city family. And I don't know why they contract out. I don't think the city does any tree trimming for Water and Power. It's all under contract. So I would say that we need to do something, and I don't know what control we have over from the city council, but the general manager is appointed by the mayor, and the commission of Water and Power is appointed by the mayor. I think somehow we need to influence the Department of Water and Power, which has a lot of money, that their contract needs to go first to city employees, and let the city employees do that work. And it doesn't matter, there's a city seal on that vehicle that says City of Los Angeles. Whether it's Water and Power or Airport or Harbor or Street Services, it's City of Los Angeles. So the tree trimming, the contract up by Water and Power, number one, we need to see what we can pull back and give to our city employees, and any other contracts that Water and Power has that we can give to our city employees to do the job that's being done under contract, number one. And when we're talking about the costs, we're talking about the cost of contracts. There's no question material costs have come down. And I spoke to a lot of contractors, and they're not paying the same they were for steel, for concrete. They bid at a certain level based upon what it was a couple years ago, which was obviously higher than it is now. So we're talking about getting something back. The material costs of today are less than yesterday. We need to analyze that and see what we can do to get some of the money back so we don't have to lay off 4,000 city employees to put money into a reserve fund, which is another thing we're talking about. But sometimes we oftentimes forget about Water and Power, Airport, and Harbor. They are part of that city family, and there's a lot of contracts, billions of dollars of contracts. One just awarded for the airport. It's a separate entity, but it's the City of Los Angeles, and we don't use our influence enough with those. Well, it's not a separate entity, but they think they're a separate entity. They think they're a separate entity because if you look at their contracts, very similar, they use city crews. It's always outside contracted, billions of dollars. And the final matter is change orders in contracts. We need to examine on the change orders and contracts if we see what's happened oftentimes. A contract is given, change order, change order, change order, so that one contract that started out at one level skyrockets because of all the change orders. So when we're talking about trying to keep our city family together, let's look at those issues. But I know this tree trimming situation is contracted out citywide, and there's a lot of money going into it. What they're making, I don't know, but we can pull jobs in from that and other entities that the City of Los Angeles is responsible for. Again, if they've got a city seal, they're part of the city family. They shouldn't be the rich part of the city family and then the poor working part of the city family. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. The one thing that we can do for people that we represent and our employees is to be consistent in telling the truth. Now, we were in closed session the other day, and there were 12 people in there, and we debated, discussed, and so I think without disclosing the discussion that took place in closed session, we all know where that number was derived, and I'm getting a little bit tired of hearing that nobody knows or it was pulled out of thin air and then having people clap, and I guess if you say it enough, then it becomes true. But that's not the truth. I want to say to Mr. Cardenas, thank you very much for speaking truth to power and being very direct and very honest and calling people into question and basically calling people out. This is not the time for misleading people or being unfair or giving people false hope or dreams. We need to give them basic core information. Keep talking about it in the public domain, involve them in the decision-making process to the extent possible that we can, given the time frame that we're up against. Now, I'm very interested in the update on reducing outside contracts, because we may be able to gain a little ground there. And if we can gain a little ground, that would be good. This will not be the complete solution. This will be a small slice of a pie, probably a very small slice. I'm glad we're doing it, but I really want to emphasize thank you to Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Garcetti, and Mr. Parks for being consistent in delivering a consistent message about what we are up against, and that is That demonstrates respect to people by telling them the truth and continuing to tell them the truth in a consistent, open, and substantive manner. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. As painful as it is, and as uncomfortable as it is, and people can say the things that they want to say, and shake your head and cast your eyes askance, but this is what we were elected to do and to fulfill our obligations and our fiduciary responsibility. So let's get on with it.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Everybody has to work together in this issue here. And on the issue, the maker of this motion, Mr. Koretz.
We've got two different motions here, Mr. Koretz and Ms. Hahn.
On those issues there, to look for this ability to do that. But at some points, I know, Ms. Hahn, you mentioned you want strictly, there's sometimes some need for some specialty that may be there, so we could deal with that. I just wanted to articulate, and I don't know how to do it as best as possible. As we look at ourselves, there is turbulence, okay? In order to make it to our landing, we must make sure we do the right things and not hurt ourselves in the sense of projects that the communities are very thirsty for that are already funded. Our challenge will be, after we go through this turbulence, is there enough of a team there to be able to get back to an analogy Ms. Hahn would understand, enough of a team there to be able to score a touchdown, to be able to block, tackle, pass, kick, return the ball to score a touchdown. That is our challenge. With that being said, part of our team is outside our purview of all government classes of consultants or others who give information that are necessary. Are they worthy? I just want to hear if they're worthy. Any of you answer that question?
David Luther from CO. If
you could speak loud too.
Yeah. If the point you're making is that some of the contractual services or the contracts that we have are some of the consultants vital and necessary, then the answer, of course, would be yes. We use in the CO.
Okay, they are vital and necessary.
Some of them. I think it's certainly worthwhile to take a review of all of these contracts, but I'm just, for example, in the CO's office, we use the financial advisors. They're under contract. They've advised this council several times, and the advice they give is something that would essentially, by definition, mean that the city either doesn't have that expertise or needs that outside expertise to conduct its business.
I got that. Well, that's all right, Janice. I understand that. But the world is in a critical situation, and the world is Los Angeles. Other departments, any other departments here?
Yes. I mean, another example would be fire department. Part of that contracted amount is for the helitankers during fire season. That's budgeted as a contractual expense, and under any review, we would continue to approve that expense.
Right.
In the Department of General Services, the custodial services and security services, that would also be considered professional services.
At certain locations that work there. Okay, all of that is a team effort to look at this here and to define it. We have contracts now, is this calling to curtail the contracts, or if the contracts are out? Because Mr. City Engineer, who left after he had a 1 o'clock meeting, he said there's some projects that are in the queue. Are there some projects that may be stopped because of this council action?
I have not seen the motion, but I believe Mr. Koretz has set forth a goal. I don't know if he's actually instructed.
Well, I could ask Mr. Koretz just for clarification. Some people, if I could use another analogy, are in the process of boarding right now. To stop those projects may stop projects that the community is anticipating through a combination of work by, let's say, recreation and park staffs and their consultants who gave them ability to move forward, whether it's a building or land acquisition or others. Is the intent of this motion to immediately stop everything, or to see what is there to make a determination?
Well, it's to take an overall look, as I'm sure we'll have to do with all the layoffs we're going to do. When we made that motion, we didn't know who we were laying off. At some point, we've got to take a look at what all those functions are, and who are actually going to be, which like the layoffs, which contracts are the least vital, Do we need to continue trimming all the trees that are paid for by private contractor? Can we just say, okay, let's stop trimming those trees for a few years? Or whatever the contract is. Some of these things may be more vital than others, some may be more committed than others. The ones that are hardscape actual building projects are harder to do, but I think we should take a look at every item and see how much we can cut in this emergency.
Mr. LeBon? We're over time. I know you asked Mr. Kretz, as the maker of the other motion, the one that's there that has the report back as well. I think the idea is to ask our general managers, the CIA to work with our general managers to actually identify which ones, where there's policy decisions, we need to know that, so they need to give us options. You could cut this or you could cut that.
Right.
Where they feel that they can cut some things, they should come and just suggest it to us. But obviously reductions, which are trimming 10% off, don't have to stop anything.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Very good.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to say anything today, but I think we need to. First, I want to commend you on your speech. I thought it was heartfelt, to the point, trying to explain where we are and how we got here, because there's a lot of misinformation being spread around. It's unfortunate that Mr. Koretz's comment led us in another direction, and I'm glad Ms. Perry stood up and said something, and I want to say something. To Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Koretz, your point of reference is revisionist, and it's not actual. You will go back and remember the agreement we signed with the coalition at the time was to resolve a $68, $70 million shortfall in our budget. And it was to solve that on the back of a handful of unions and not all the unions. And we said to those other union members, if you're not going to join in with the coalition and do what they're willing to do, you're going to take furloughs. That was to fix a budget problem that has now doubled. In that agreement, we had an agreement that said if it hits $100 million, we can pull the trigger, pay them back their COLA, and go forward with the layoffs and all that other stuff that we weren't going to do. You're forgetting that point of reference, that when this all happened, the world was different. And the agreement at that time was only a temporary fix on the problem. It was only a temporary fix on what we were working with a handful of our union. Did not solve the city's budget problem. And to your constant harangue that we didn't ever talk about 2,000 or 4,000 people, you're absolutely wrong. Mr. Parks and I have said in budget meetings for 2 years when we had that very discussion, and you were there this year when we had that discussion, and you seem to have forgotten that, but the fact is this is not a number that it was dreamed up and taken out of the air like you keep saying, and it's wrong for you to keep saying that. And as long as you keep saying that, I will stand, and Ms. Perry will stand, and Ms. Parks will stand and say, you're wrong, that is not true. We knew this number all along. We knew we had a problem. We never expected to get to that point that we're gotten to today, that was brought about by the world economy, that has changed and doubled our problem in less than a year's time. If everything had remained constant to where we were last October, then we probably would not have this discussion today, although Mr. Parks and I have said for years that we still have a structural problem that must be resolved. And that structural problem has been with us for 5 years, and this council has never addressed it. Now we have to pay the piper for our inaction as a group, and you can't revise that history.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that what we've done at one point when we were doing better than we anticipated was what we're doing now. I mean, we recognize we've had a completely surprising shortfall of funds. We gave a good faith estimate of how short we'd fall. It's been much worse. It's been disastrously worse. But this 4,000 number, if we really were planning on doing it, the first suggestion would have been laying off 4,000. We've been talking about 1,000 in all of our discussions in terms of what we seriously were going to do. And in fact, as I've said before, and I don't believe anybody here could contradict this, we came in with a motion that said 1,000. We came out of a meeting an hour later with a motion that said 4,000 with the 1,000 scratched out. That doesn't imply a lot of thought. Now, we've been talking about the fact that we could need 4,000. We could need even more if we were trying to solve the whole problem with just layoffs. But the fact is, that day, we went in with an intention to deal with an issue of 1,000, and most of us, maybe a few of us, weren't surprised. I was stunned that we were talking about 4,000. We had a piece of paper to talk about 1,000. We scratched it off and wrote in a 4. And that, to me, is not a lot of deliberation. And Nobody in the public was expecting 4,000. They were expecting 1,000 to be on the table, and it was certainly debated. I was arguing that we could find the money to replace that 1,000. We shouldn't be doing the 1,000. That jump to 4,000 was a surprise to all the unions. It was a surprise to me. It was a surprise to the press. And it was a surprise, I would say, to some council members, if not the majority. Now, whether the majority agreed with it, they obviously did. But it's not something that we've been talking about and planning for months as what we were going to do. It was just one idea. I mean, I've had 60 ideas out there, and we're starting to pick up some. But it doesn't mean that was the solution. This actually doing 4,000 on that day was a surprise to many.
Mr. Parks is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to cover a couple of points, and I think I just want to comment briefly on Mr. Koretz saying he was surprised. One of the things, and I hate to go back into closed session, but one of the things, if you remember, the reason the number significantly jumped is Ed Reyes made the comment, why do we deal with this incrementally? Why are we dealing with 80 million today, and then we fix it, and it's another 100 million tomorrow? And if we're going to fix the budget, let's get the real number on the table. And that's where the number came from, that had already been discussed as the number. But it was a matter of not going with 1,000 and then later come with 1,500 and later come with 2,000. It was a matter of trying to fix it at one push. One thing I was going to ask Mr. Luther, when we hear about the issue of just let's stop cutting trees, where are we now on tree cutting in this year's budget, in the number of years?
I would have to defer to...
Okay, let me just say it's 12 years.
Yeah.
All right. The issue is that we're cutting trees today on a schedule of 12 years. And so therefore, if we just let it go for a while, then when do we cut trees, and whether we just wait for them to fall over or be diseased before we work on them. So there's 12 years today under this current budget. The other issue, we keep hearing about DWP, LAX, and Harbor. Are you aware of where they are financially as it relates to their budgets? Are they brimming with cash, and we're the only ones that are poor?
From what I can only talk about what I've heard presented here in that discussion at council on the budget, but the proprietaries are, specifically the airports and the harbor, are experiencing their own economic downturn. And that's pretty much all I can say about that.
Okay, and I think there was an article recently said that the harbor was experiencing like a 10-year low in bringing in cargo, something to that effect. 10% down. I would have to defer to Mr. Serrano. But the thing is that when we hear people say just let Harbor, LAX, and DWP absorb the city's workforce, do they have any, when we heard the numbers last week, do they have any ability to absorb the numbers that we need?
No, I mean, from what we've heard, again, they do not have the ability to absorb the number of position reductions that we are contemplating, but they have undertaken very serious efforts to try to identify, I would say, in the neighborhood of several hundred positions to assist the city.
Okay, but the issue is that when we're talking thousands, they did not come forward with thousands of positions available.
No, they did not.
Okay. The other issue in your knowledge of the budget, if we take over or basically discontinue a contract and we absorb that in city forces, how does that impact our budget in the sense of salary, overhead, pension, as it relates to what this process we're going through?
It had been mentioned earlier in the discussion today that we basically contract out if city employees can't do the work, but you're bringing up the other shoe to that, which is we do contract out when it is analysis shows that it's more cost efficient to do so. So in some cases, if you were doing a one-for-one swap where you would basically cancel a contract and hire city employees, you could find yourself in a situation where it actually costs you more money.
Okay, if you hired the same number of people, or you'd have to hire less city employees to match the contract.
That's correct.
Okay, so the issue is, again, on contracting out and bringing those contracts to let city employees work on those contracts may be counterproductive to our overall strategy of reducing our payroll.
we would always include in that analysis if it's more cost-effective to use a consultant or a contractor versus a city employee.
Okay. And then when we talk about these contracts that we sign, are they legally binding? When we're talking about vendors and contractors, do we consider them legally binding?
I think the answer to that's one of the challenges of this exercise with the 10% reduction exercise and any exercise such as that is each contract is unique. Some departments use boilerplates. There isn't a standard city boilerplate. So when we review contracts, it's a very time-intensive and very labor-intensive process, and there are probably contracts that cannot be terminated. As a general rule, I can't speak for purchasing contracts, but in personal services contracts, we do include a provision that either party could terminate the contract with approximately 30 days' notice.
There's provisions in the professional services contracts, the standard terms and conditions drafted by the city attorney's office for fiscal funding out. And that's when the city doesn't have money to fulfill the contract. That is a reason to cancel a contract. That clause also exists in the purchasing agent contracts for commodities.
Okay. Is there anything in those contracts that allows you to reduce the value of the amount of money on the contract without reducing the value that you're receiving? Is there any clause in the contract for that?
Ted Jordan from the City Attorney's Office. Typically, no. Just to go take a step back, what Ken was talking about in contracts is often a provision that says if there's not an appropriation in the subsequent year of the contract, that it could be terminated. What the CAO was talking about was that typically our professional services contracts have a provision that the city, at least, or sometimes both parties, can terminate for their convenience, usually 30 days' notice. What you're asking about is a nuance here. Is there a provision that allows for sort of changes on the fly for pricing or services? Typically we don't, although many contracts are sort of on a as-needed basis. They're not a fixed rate. It's if we ask you to do something, you're charging us so many dollars per hour to do that. So if you give them less work, then they're doing less and they're charging you for less. All of our contracts can be amended, or you can ask the contractors to voluntarily.
When you say amended, is that a mutual agreement?
If you formally amend a contract, then there's a written amendment that everybody signs. Depending on the contract, it may actually come to the city council, or at the very least, it's approved by the department. If you go to the contractor and ask for them to give you a reduction, you may not be amending the contract. That just may be an agreement that you have, and so when they invoice you, they're going to show on their invoice, say, for example, 10% reduction.
Okay. If you default or not fulfill the city's portion of the contract, is that something that could end up in litigation on the city?
Yes. If you terminate a contract and there wasn't a termination for convenience provision, or there wasn't a provision that says if there's no appropriation, if the city just simply contacts the vendor and says, we're terminating your contract, then the city could be argued to be in breach of the contract. Just like if the contractor decided, we don't want to do it anymore, we're going to walk off the job.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Hahn, you're up.
Thank you. I was trying to get some statistics, but I don't know if we have any. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Parks, the LA and Long Beach ports are beginning to see an uptick in their cargo. They're already up almost 2% this year. I don't even know if this is a 10-year low. I don't believe it is. So they do have revenue. Certainly they've seen a reduction, but we know that now cargo is up through both of those ports. We also know that the port is embarking on the largest capital improvement projects they've ever done. So they're spending more money in capital improvement. So the fact of the matter is they're not poor right now. They may have seen a little reduction, but they are by no means poor at the port. The fact of the matter is they're still engaged in consulting contracts, and I think that's all we're asking is let's look at some of the things they're contracting out for and whether or not we can figure out if they can absorb some of our city employees. And airport, same way. Certainly they've seen a reduction in revenues, but again, we were all out there where we broke ground on $1 billion Bradley West Terminal project. So if, they are spending money, we want them to spend money. There are the economic stimulus packages in Los Angeles, but we want to look at some of their contracts on whether or not at this time they can absorb some city employees. They are a part of the city family. They are proprietary, but the reason they didn't come forth so quickly was I think they were, kind of being a little stubborn as whether or not they wanted to participate in this. Now I believe they see what we're trying to do. Again, Gina Marie Lindsay immediately pulled a tree trimming contract from the commission board. So it's that type of what's the word I'm looking for? Shared sacrifice we want to see from our proprietary departments as well. So we're in a new day here. And they do have revenues coming in. They're supported by different revenues than taxpayer dollars. And all we're saying is, let's look at those departments as a way to possibly solve this problem. And again, for me, as I know it is for all of us, layoffs are the last choice. But even, again, Newsweek said layoffs are bad for business. When you lay people off, you're contributing to a bad economy. And if we ever want to recover in Los Angeles, our economy has to recover because, as Eric said, that's one of the big drivers of how we got here. So we want people paying their mortgages. We want people paying their property taxes. We want people shopping in our stores. We want people helping our economy to limp to recovery. So it's that idea, and if it's all possible for these proprietary departments to absorb some of these folks so they don't go without a paycheck, that's what we want to have them look at right now. That's what's behind this whole idea of having them look at their contracts and look at absorb. I think they can do better than what they have said so far, and we're urging the general managers of those three departments to look again, try harder, figure out how you too can be a part of the solution of this terrible, terrible economic crisis we're finding ourselves in.
Councilwoman
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. And I know, Ms. Hahn, you may be referring to item 13 as well, which we'll take up for a second, but we can probably dispose of that with what you've added on the proprietaries. I think we agree, and very well said. Colleagues, I would ask that Ms. Hahn's motion 9A be also attached to 14, the one that I put forward. Essentially, Mr. Kretz and I, Ms. Hahn and I put forward one that Mr. Kretz has. It's basically the same motion. I want to make sure that no matter which ones pass or one passes, that we get a report back. I would say on the third and fourth. On my motion, I'll put in the fourth, because for sure we're going to bring in on the fourth, which is Revenue Day. That's when we can get the reports back from our general managers and the CAO on what we think. My back-of-the-napkin calculation, which was done today, listening, if General Services has about the same as our service contracts in our commodities, is about half general fund. It may not be, but let's use the same stat for a second. That's $250 million and plus $100 million. That's about $350. Anything else that may have been quoted, I think our construction contracts with our prevailing wage agreements and the cost of materials, I don't see those being trimmed at all unless we decide not to move on certain construction. So if we were looking at 10% of $350 million, $35 million seems to be a goal if we got everybody to agree to it. So the only reason, Mr. Kretz, unless that's taken out, I can't support today that what you said, it's basically the same thing, and otherwise I'd support, is I think that a $200 or $300 million number is unrealistic. I don't want to peg one in mine either. I want us to get the most we can, but I also don't want to set up false expectations with folks that suddenly we failed because we're a tenth of what we estimated one day we could be at. So it would still stay at 10% or more. It would be to come back and also, not just look at 10% or more reduction, but any recommendations of contracts to eliminate and or contract in, to make sure Ms. Hahn's motion on, contract layoffs, that if there's things we can do in-house, absolutely 100% supportive of that. And then colleagues will have that back on March 4th. And as amended, I'd ask for your support of 14. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
I think my motion really duplicates what Mr. Garcetti's motion and Ms. Hahn's motions do, so I'll withdraw mine and support those two.
There are no other speakers on the queue.
Mr. President, I believe there's...
Mr. Krikorian's on the queue.
To do that, it would be receive and file 9, and I move 14.
Well, we have cards on 14, Mr. Okay. Mr. Krikorian?
I have a question for the makers of the motion. In the CAO's three-year plan and FSR memo, January 29th, there was a proposal to do exactly this, with a report back date in 45 days, which should have expired by now. So how is that request different than what's before us today? Are we prepared to receive that report today? Is it different in some way, or was that one of the portions of the three-year report that we excluded and did not vote upon when it was presented to us?
I wasn't part of the committee. I mean, obviously, we approved the three-year plan, and I think that was their estimate of when they could get back. What we've been doing is working carefully with the departments. They're saying they're beginning that. For instance, we heard from the Bureau of Engineering today. They're actually having their meeting with 70-plus folks. So it's just to peg a date. We all talked about having an overall revenue discussion day, and so to dovetail that into March 4th, I think makes the most sense. We'll be able to hear a realistic number for our contracts. We'll hear a realistic number for our debt collection. We'll hear a realistic number, and then we can ask the CAO. We can vote whether or not we think those are realistic numbers and plug those in. That'll reduce our job eliminations accordingly, and we'll have, what's left. So I think that's the responsible way to do the budgeting. I can't respond to why the 45 days we didn't get there. Obviously, we were saying it very aggressively here, but it just takes some work.
If I could add some clarification to that too, because I'm not sure everybody's seen the letters we sent out, but based on
and they sent a letter out on that.
Based on the approval of the FSR and the council instructions, we did send one letter to all non-proprietary departments with a due date of March 11th. We're being asked to give a status report earlier than that on March 3rd.
Was that 45 days, March 11th?
It was less than 45 days from our
so it hasn't passed.
All right. But on March 3rd or 4th, we should be able to give you at least some information on where we are. We also sent a second letter out to the proprietary departments based on the council instruction with a due date of March 11th. They would be submitting written reports on the kind of contract review that Councilwoman Hahn talked about.
Okay. So we should have a good idea, I think, March 4th on most of them. We'll have more detail on the 4th. The proprietaries, it sounds like, let's ask them, even though that letter's gone out here on the record, to try to hit that date too.
That's great. I just want to make sure it's done with all deliberate speed and that we're not asking for a report in response to the CAO's suggestion, and then when that date comes, asking for another report back. This needs to be done. And
let's plug the number in that date if we can, and that's what we're working towards.
Thank you.
Very well. And now we're on
Mr. Parks pointed out on number 9 there are some things that are additional instructions, so maybe it's not receive and file all of 9. I think it's to
approve the Budget and Finance Committee report, which received and filed the original motion because it's dealt with in FSR numbers 62 through 64. And then we asked for specifically report backs on 63 and 64 regarding the contracts. The bypass committee had come directly to council for that revenue day. And then we also asked that the legality of 10H that talked about giving preferences on future contracts be evaluated by the city attorney, and that we also reemphasized that the city attorney should be a part of those discussions early on. And then we added one instruction that the current personal service contracts, some of which provide the same or similar services, could be provided by city employees. So there's 5 instructions that we
add those to 14. I think our city clerk is saying that we'll still continue to receive and file 9, but we'll make sure those are incorporated.
So we just moved, if we move the budget and finance.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm sorry, just for clarification, you're going to adopt the Budget and Finance Committee report recommendations?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Mr. Koretz.
My withdrawal originally, maybe a misunderstanding, was of my verbal amendment, which duplicated everything. Okay. But I think the ideal would be to combine the two. If we can combine 9 and 14 on the rest of it,
let's do that.
and pick up Ms. Hahn's amendment to that, that would be perfect.
Let's move them both, and we'll have the same report date.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I also didn't want to lose the direction of asking departments to put online any contract.
Okay.
Oh, that's in there.
That's all part of it.
Oh, thank you. Good. I didn't want to lose that.
Thank you very much. Okay, everyone. Now it's time for...
Vote on them together.
Academy Hello.
After public comment.
Public comment is now going to take place on item 14. On item number 14, we only have two cards. Dr. Williams and Arnold Sachs. After Dr. Williams will be Arnold Sachs.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Shared sacrifice. It's been mentioned a couple times more here. Where's it going to be shared? Does this apply to the City of Los Angeles Police Department? Does it apply to the Fire Department? And by the way, there were references to concrete, steel, and other materials. Does this apply to construction contracts in addition to personal services contracts? There seems to be some confusion, at least on this side of the bar. How about 10% off on those companies which lie outside the City of Los Angeles? If you're going to put a 10% reduction on the businesses that are within the City of Los Angeles, you're going to affect our businesses. Those that have been based outside of the City of Los Angeles, hey, put another tax on them, because a reduction in a personal services contract is in fact a tax on the business of that person's services. Thank you.
Arnold Sachs.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. A couple of things. Your charter amendment, are you proposing a charter amendment, Ms. Hahn, to change those contracting out? Because if you don't propose the charter to be amended, then all your actions are just blowing smoke. Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Cardenas are concerned about the bond ratings. The bond ratings didn't go up or down when you had the ERIP program. They didn't go down when you offered up the furloughs. They went down because you failed to act. You haven't done anything. The ERIP program still hasn't been completed. The lower ratings address the council's inactivity. And Mr. Parks, getting a false sense from the wrong information being disseminated? You mean like the marathon that you chaired and the billboard debacle that occurred in LA City Council chambers? Nothing wrong with that. Some of the biggest, phoniest leaders doing the biggest blowharding in the council chambers history. And Mr. Cardenas, judge-making cuts will include all the departments, not exclude the police department, as was just mentioned. All the departments would suffer the cost. But here's an article from the Downtown News from last year, June 22nd, 2009. Tom Coltis, the assistant CAO, mentioned that last year's budget, talking about 2007-2008 budget, called for eliminating 700 jobs, but ultimately only one person was laid off. And he got commentary from both Bernard Parks and Greg Smith. They may save somebody's job for 2 minutes, but down the road they will create havoc. How come it's taken so long for you to act since 2008? And finally, on the 2009-2010 budget,
thank you, Mr. Sachs. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Garcetti.
Eliminations are not layoffs, and 700 jobs were eliminated through retirements on that year, as we said we would do and we did in the budget.
Okay, with amendments, well, no, on 14. We're on 14, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, you're on item 9 and 14 both.
All right, we have public comment. Well, we did public comment, and there's no cards on 9. Okay, so we're ready for a vote with amendments on 9 and 14. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very nice. There's been a request to go to number 11, and we have a number of cards, like 23 cards on number 11. So we will go to number 11. Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd's not here. Matt Dowd Bell's not here. Rebecca Banks. Rebecca Banks. Rebecca Banks not here. Johnny Clark. Johnny Clark. Johnny Clark. No Johnny Clark. Jeffrey Frazier. Jeffrey Frazier not here. Verdell Flores. Verdell Flores. No Verdell Flores. Leonard Baker. Leonard Baker. Karen Fox. Marcelo Rosas. Ziggy Cruz. David Bunjak. Yunus Tejeda. Mr. Jerez. Gary Valles. All right, we got one. Go ahead. 1 minute, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Yunus Tejeda, and my 3-year-old son attends the Winnetka Child Care Center preschool. It's located in San Fernando Valley. It's part of the Parks and Recreation. I just wanted to come and convey my gratitude for the program and express my concerns. The center actually implements a really good private school equivalent curriculum, and it's not just a daycare, so it's really important. I wanted to express that. My son's improved. I mean, he knows his ABCs, numbers, shapes, everything. His social interacting skills have improved. Before I used to have to pry him off my leg. He's so much better, and I'm just so grateful for the center, and I wish it could stay open. I wish the directors could stay the same, because if the directors were to change, I believe that the curriculum would suffer, and there would be a great interruption in their education. And I think it's just a great help for the community itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Miller. Jacob Miller? No Jacob Miller?
Right here.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I wanted to actually put out a personal thank you to Mr. Labange for coming in and getting his dog license today. Thank you very much. I hope the rest of the city follows his example for responsible pet ownership. I wanted to talk to you today about that dog database. We got that through, and I really want to thank you for your leadership on that, because it is a major revenue generator. And I want to thank Mr. Garcetti personally and Mr. Alarcon as well for helping that go through. Mr. Garcetti had spoken to me before it had been put through, asking me. He asked me if we had 3 months before the end of the fiscal year to increase efficiency with this list, could we fully fund their salaries? Could we get a little bit more up on? Can we get a little bit more into there? And I said, without a doubt. You know, I went ahead and called our general manager yesterday to talk to her about this really cool thing that went through. And I was pretty much kind of shut down. I was told, well, you know, the canvassers are still up for grabs. The canvassers are still going to be let go.
Rafael Garcia. Rafael Garcia. Folks, you have 1 minute to speak on these items.
Rafael Garcia, General Services, Fleet Division. Mr. Garcetti, Councilman Garcetti, and all of you all, we're all on the same bus, everyone in this room, and we all have to dig into our pockets in order to get where we want to go. A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. Speaking for myself, I would rather take a cut than get laid off, but I'm speaking for myself. My whole point to you here is that inevitably the members will have to ratify any concessions necessary to ratify any agreement. In the face of the DWP double standard and the unsatisfactory response by this administration to agreements with the coalition, I don't have enough time to finish. My point is we need checks and balances, and offline possibly I can share these thoughts.
Thank you, sir. John Fisher. Dr. Williams will be next.
Thank you. My name is John Fisher. I live in Mar Vista. With me are 5 girls who have come here as advocates for Penmar Child Care Center. And as I appreciate the council's recognition of them, as this was clearly their first foray into the political process. I just want to say that if the council can at least, through its own tentacles, reach out to the communities that are willing to work to help keep these child care centers open by whatever means, whether it's raised tuition or minor staff reductions, certainly in the case of Penmar, we are willing to do that. Lastly, with respect to the overall picture, I first of all recommend that all of you not cut your own staffs and instead increase your staff so that you can get more information and get better communication between you. And then lastly, the biggest thing is how to solve the economic issue, which is make our city the most competitive for business.
Thank you. Why don't you have each of the young ladies give their name so they can get on television?
We just had a seminar on child safety, and that's actually a no-no. But okay.
All right, then don't do it.
But I don't want to keep them off of the podium. First name.
Hey there, go ahead, hon.
Say it.
Nia. My name's Zeba. Katie. My name's Macy. And my name's Zoe.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming to City Council.
Tom from
Try and beat that, Dr. Williams.
Okay. Visibility, transparency. Why is this going to be held in closed session? Bargaining. Well, don't we have bargaining positions already? You just approved a 10% cut in contracts, so why not a 10% cut in all negotiations with organizations? Thank you.
Stacy Dancy. Stacy Dancy here. Jose Venegas. Charmaine Medler. Charmaine?
Charmaine Metler, Library Department. First, I'd like to beg you all to give me a pay cut or a furlough. I'd prefer a furlough because I have an autistic son and I'd like to be able to spend more time with him. And also, I don't think you can put a value on my service because the library provides education, information, and tools for the needy and the students to come study. If you want the public to be safe, then you need to keep your libraries fully staffed.
Thank you. Shirley Matulich. Shirley Matulich. No Shirley. Viha. After Viha will be Arnold Sachs.
Thank you for pronouncing my name right.
Was that right?
You got
Viha, thank you very much.
I'm sad that Ed Reyes isn't here. But here we go. My name is V. Ha. I'm the young adult librarian at the Lincoln Heights Branch Library. I'm born and raised Angelino. I reside and grew up and currently work in District 1. I work on a daily basis helping everyone that comes into the library, and most importantly, the teenagers that are looking for a place to go or do schoolwork in Lincoln Heights. As proposed with just only 1,000 layoffs, the library has a cut of 11%, the greatest of any public service department. These proposed cuts to the library would be devastating to my teens. I find these proposed budget cuts and staff reductions unbalanced and ill-planned. Additionally, with the report from the CAO and the manager, there's also going to be a $2 million cut every year for a total of 5 years with a total of $10 million. This will just destroy the infrastructure of our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs.
Thank you, and thank you, President Garcetti, for clarifying 700 layoffs. So, on the layoffs that are planned for this year, how many of those would be considered part of the ERIP, and how many would just be layoffs of the 4,000 you're talking about? Also, general funding positions versus grant funding positions, and where the money goes to. The grant fundings pay for salaries, but they do not cover benefits. Because if you got grant funding to pay for benefits, then you would be either a federal employee or a state employee, because they would be covering your salary and your benefits, which would make you a state whatever employee. This way, you don't get those benefits paid. So how many people in here would take $10 if it cost you $20 to get it? That's the problem you face. You have the proprietary departments, which are part of the city family, but not really under city control. And there's funding that's manipulated back and forth that can cover those benefits. But if you keep paying for city employees,
thank you, Mr.
through
Sachs.
grant funding...
John Babikra? Bob Schoonover? Those are the final speakers on this particular matter. He's outside? Okay, we'll hold for a second. Mr. Labange, that is the last speaker. Unless you wish to speak, Mr. Labange. Leave Mr. Krikorian alone. He's enjoying himself here. He's gone. Okay. Well, that completes. Mr. Koretz, you're up. Mr. Koretz, you pushed your button? Okay, you're up on the queue if you'll take him off. Okay, that was the public comment on that matter. Madam Clerk?
And there's no action necessary on this item, Mr. President.
All right. So let's go to the next item, please.
Next item then would be item number 10. That was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith, number 10, and there are comment cards.
I was just going to say that Mr. Krikorian and I have authored an amendment to it. I'm satisfied with it. I would urge the council support.
Very well. Mr. Krikorian, we have cards. If we did have a meeting on this, so it's not necessary to open it up again. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep this very brief. The Education and Neighborhoods Committee last night considered at length the motion that was brought by Mr. Smith and Mr. Rosendahl to reevaluate whether or not the city clerk should proceed in administering neighborhood council elections. Upon hearing the testimony of the clerk and the public, as well as representatives from Dunn, the committee ascertained that by the time an ordinance could be changed by this council, all but about $500,000 or so of the $1.9 million budgeted by the clerk for these elections would have been spent. We also determined that of the remaining $500,000 or so, a significant portion of that money would have to be spent in other ways to continue the administration of the election. So the opportunity for savings is significantly less than what it was hoped it might have been. We also heard significant testimony about the tremendous disruptiveness that this would result in that the first election is scheduled for Tuesday, so that there would be significant disparity. Some neighborhood councils would be administered by the clerk, others would not. They wouldn't understand what procedures would be in front of them, who would be handling these elections, and in many cases, bylaws of neighborhood councils had been changed in anticipation of there being a clerk-administered election, so they wouldn't even have bylaws provisions to govern an election if they were to try to do it themselves. In addition, some of the terms of the council members would have expired by the time an election would take place if it were postponed, so we would have issues of whether that council would even continue to exist. So in light of all of those concerns and many others that were expressed, it was the recommendation of the committee to oppose the motion as it was stated, but to direct the clerk to revisit the issue of identifying potential cost savings that could reduce the cost of administering the election in this cycle, and to return any savings to the general fund. Mr. Smith and I had discussed specifying, and we'll amend the recommendation by motion today, to specify that those savings would be returned to the reserve of the general fund, and that we would further request the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, the CLA, the clerk, and the city attorney, in consultation with the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners and the neighborhood councils, to report back to the committee in 120 days about options going forward for administering the elections by the neighborhood councils themselves and taking it out of the province of the city clerk in order to realize cost savings in future years, as well as to provide a more independent election process and less formal election process that would be run by the neighborhood councils themselves. So that was the recommendation of the committee as amended by Mr. Smith's suggestion, which I'm happy to accept, and that's what we would ask this council respectfully to vote upon.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. We have Mr. Koretz, next speaker on this matter, then Mr. Rosendahl, Ms. Hahn, then Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Koretz.
In that vein, I got an email today from a board member of one of my neighborhood councils, and they suggest one of the places of looking for savings but conducting the elections is that we try to limit the number of city clerk staff persons at each election to 2, and that we have the rest of that work made up by volunteers of the neighborhood council. Currently, no poll worker volunteers are allowed in the process, so the thought was that that could be a savings without disrupting the elections, and they would all still be covered by the city clerk. So it doesn't need to really go into the motion, just a suggestion to the city clerk and council as something to look at when we try to achieve those savings.
And thank Mr. Glenn Bailey for that e-blast.
And that is the right person, yes.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, thank you. Could I ask the city clerk to come on up quickly for a second? I appreciate the coordination between Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Smith on this. When we last week were looking at savings, and the figure came up that, well, if we were to stop it dead in its tracks, we might be able to save some real money, which the figure that was thrown out was $1 million. Of course, my councils, Mar Vista, Venice, Westchester, Delray, Palms, and West LA, all came to me. These are the 6 certified ones versus the 2 that aren't certified. And they said, Councilman, please, don't slow it down, don't stop it, don't change it. We're in the midst of the process, and in some cases, some of the neighborhood councils do have problems among each other, and the city clerk's office has been the great positive spirit that has coordinated. So obviously, I agree with where the energy has come from. Obviously, go forward as this motions are suggesting, with the neighborhood council elections under your leadership. Then obviously take a deep breath. If there's any money left, obviously we want it back. And then secondly, as we look at the next year, maybe we can, because some of my council said we're more than willing to step up to the plate and do it. But timing is everything, and we've run out of time. So I just want to thank you for your coordination, because all 6 councils truly appreciate the work you're doing in the district, and we're very happy for what you've done. And hopefully the coordination can happen so next year we can save approximately a couple of $1 million. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn, follow Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. And again, I do, this was originated, actually this was my idea, was to have the city clerk take over the neighborhood council elections, mainly because in the beginning there was just so much angst among neighborhood councils. Probably the most complaints we heard in our committee was over the elections, how they were run, so this was an idea to kind of, again, bring them under the one department that knows how to run elections, our city clerk. Obviously, though, now when we look at the savings that we could achieve if we threw it back to our neighborhood councils, it's something I think we're, again, looking at doing. If we were to, in fact, turn them back over to neighborhood councils in 2 years, what are we going to be very aware of the timeline on what that would take? Because certainly, as you know, there's a lot of ramping up. There's some of their bylaws were even maybe changed to accommodate city clerk. Is that even possible at this point to turn them back over to neighborhood councils?
Ms. Hahn, I would put forward that is precisely what the recommendation in the EN committee report addresses, is that a task force come together at the conclusion of the 2010 election cycle, work at all the bugs, put out a timeline under the leadership of Dunn, the CLA et al. So and we will contribute our knowledge of our experiences of having gone through both the 2008 and the 2010 cycles, and some suggestions we have for how they could be conducted in the future. But that will be precisely the charge of that committee as is put forward in Mr. Krikorian's report.
Right, and we just want to make sure that that timeline is held to, so we're not in a position, if that's a policy decision that we decide on, that we're not out of time, or then we can't do it. because of
Exactly.
time.
But after 2010, the next cycle of elections aren't anticipated till 2012. That does not mean that anyone's going to be, wasting time, but there is adequate time. There won't be any rushing.
Can you address the comment that was made that if maybe you used less staff at a particular election, that would save money? Can you address that?
Holly Walcott with the Office of the
Can
City
you put
Clerk.
the microphone a little closer to you?
Holly Walcott with the Office of the City Clerk. Yes, we are very much encouraging public participation, and we are encouraging neighborhood council stakeholders and such to participate as poll workers. We have been out recruiting. We've had several opportunities for them to recruit. So far, we've only had 12 people step forward. We have to be prepared to run an election, whether the volunteers step up or not, although we will continue to encourage volunteers, and we will continue to place them as they do volunteer.
Well, that's a good point. And again, they're all volunteers. Neighborhood councils are made up 100% of volunteers. So this is a good opportunity. If there's any neighborhood councils listening or watching, we're asking for you to do what you've actually offered, which was you're happy to help out, you're happy to step up.
We would love to see them.
We're asking for you to come forward now and do that. We think the people are certainly there. Again, that's, neighborhood councils are, the poster child for volunteerism.
Absolutely.
The amount of things that they've been able to accomplish with, just average folks in their neighborhood who at the end of the day want to make things a little bit better is incredible. So we know that they would be happy to step up. They probably just haven't figured out exactly how to do that yet. But
Thank you,
we're
Ms.
putting that
Hahn.
call out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much. And colleagues, we need to, as close as we can for the next ones. I think 13 we wrapped up with Ms. Hahn, so that should be pretty quick. We need to wrap up at just after 2. We've got Transportation Committee, and I think we'll be able to hit that. So just a procedural item. I just wanted to add, Mr. Krikorian, thank you for your work on this. You've come in a short time and really provided good, sensible, strong leadership on this issue. Speaking with Mr. Smith, one thing, a small amendment I would make, if it's okay, to go to the Emergency Reserve Fund. It's just it's part of the Reserve Fund, but it's a stronger statement and a place that is less able to pluck out. And it shows that every single day the actions that Mr. Krikorian's taking, that this council is taking, that each one of us, Chair, are putting money back in there to balance the budget and to save jobs. So I'd ask you that we...
Mr. Krikorian, to close.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment. And just following on Ms. Hahn's comments, I think that, first of all, I appreciate, Mr. Smith, you're raising this issue, because this is a significant amount of money that's being spent on these elections, and I think in a perfect world, all of us would rather avoid making this expense. But given the circumstances, the timing, I think the savings really would be illusory, because it could lead to complete disruption of the neighborhood council system and even their existence. And this is a source of such great volunteer vitality and so much service to our community that we're getting for very little cost. I respectfully ask colleagues for your aye vote on motion 10A as it was proposed to be amended by Mr. Garcetti, and then also on the underlying recommendations of the committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Krikorian. There was the hearing on that, so we're not going to have a public hearing once again. That matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well. Next item, please.
Next item is item 12, and that was called special for cards.
All right, number 12, Dr. Williams.
Hello, Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Bear Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Does the 10% reduction apply to this contract amendment? It's interesting. So why not just knock off $20,000 right now? That would be interesting. Does it apply to all of the contract value? Because I presume that this is just an addition. So, public-private partnerships. The private won't like the 10% reduction. I guarantee you that. Maybe they'll just depreciate the value of their reports because we already know where the report will probably be going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And on item number 10, make that forthwith, please. Forthwith on number 10. Pierre Gent. And David Tiffin will be speaking after Pierre Gent.
Okay, first of all, I would like to make it clear that I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a city employee. I'm a resident of Council District 2. For over 20 years, I've had my own consulting practice, and in that practice, advising clients on forecasting revenue and improving operating results. In May of 2007, in seeking to return to public service, I joined the City of Los Angeles as a full-time employee, and then in October of 2008, I was promoted, and I'm very happy, in a senior management position in the Parking Meter Operations Division. The reason I'm speaking against the proposal to spend $200,000 is not that I'm concerned about the $200,000. That's less than 0.1% of the $200 million problem. What I am concerned about, and very concerned about, is that this study of the on-street parking meters could lead to a very bad deal for taxpayers. And here are my reasons. The basis for comparison, which is the current net revenue from parking meter operations, is distorted downward because of actions of people outside of the Department of Transportation. Specifically, for most of the past 18 months, approximately 30% of our parking meter technician positions have been vacant. It doesn't take a genius to say that if you don't maintain a meter, it doesn't generate revenue. Furthermore, we've had pilot studies using new technology and have seen revenue in those pilot study areas go up by as much as 30%. Yet acquiring more meters has been delayed because of the inaction of this committee as they waited for the consulting study. My own estimate is that we've probably lost $5 million in revenue this year because of the delays. And I think selling off the parking meter is going to generate a one-time windfall, which is contrary to what the bond readers want to see.
Your time is up, sir. David Tiffin, followed by Frank Lopez.
Hi, thank you. My name is David Tiffin. I work in the meter shop, and I just wanted to point out that $200,000 could be used to buy new equipment to generate revenue for years to come and more bodies in the shop that won't lose their job. And, you know, we're at $33 million a year now with old technology. If we could just get a little bit of resources, you know, the sky's the limit here. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. Frank Lopez, followed by Marilyn Smithson.
Good afternoon. Frank Lopez, parking meter technician. As my colleagues were saying, parking meters are very important to the city, generate a lot of revenue, and in my opinion, and the opinion of many people, even experts, it would be ridiculous to sell it off or lease it off. Generate a lot of money. We do need personnel badly, and just help us out here. Give us the people we need. We can generate a lot of money for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marilyn Smithson. No Marilyn Smithson. Azar Nihad. Are you Marilyn Smithson? Ma'am? Your name?
Azar Nejad.
Azar, okay.
Yeah, I'm Azar Nejad from Department of Transportation, and I'm here on my furlough day, and I could have generated some $1 million today too, but hey, I'm furloughed. And I'm newly with SEIU 721. In response to Charter 1022, I was amazed to hear today in the hearing that we look at the cheapest contract and compare that to what city employees, professional, we are the holders of all the regulatories and our infrastructure to be done the right way for the safety of our public taxpayer. We don't compare the contracts at the in the 1022 process if it's cheaper done by a private consultant or if it is done by a city employee. First, we do, is there any city employee capable of doing, qualified to do the task? Yes. If not, before it gets to the CAO office, I'd cross it all off. As an example I give you, I am appalled that we had a finance committee meeting on Monday night, and the CAO was tasked to do a report and bring, and this is where we need the efficiency. How come the report is not here today? Just to respond to you, Janet, the PS 68, as of September 30th, 2009, 68 personal service contracts, total of $1 billion. From the 68, 20 of the contracts is about $200 million that are open. They have not been RFP'd. In the RFP process, we do have single source and as well as, and those single source are the political line ones.
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, we've got Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the testimony as well. This was, something, colleagues, I think I share a lot of what was said out there, and Mr. Parks has talked with DOT and is going to add some things which I'm very supportive of in the scope of this, seeing what can we do right now with our existing workers and with an existing sole source contract that DOT could do to make sure that you guys get the equipment to be able to get it up and running. If we can do that in-house, it's absolutely better than going outside. We do know that the Mayor's office has asked for us to move forward with a study that for a while we haven't moved forward. What I want to say in framing this is I think the scope of what we need to look at, I personally, although I think the scope of the study will be a little wider, but I want to put my cards out on the table, think that there's some potential in our bonding against the revenue while keeping this in city hands, and that is a good way of looking at a strong reserve fund to get some one-time monies and to potentially put that in a reserve fund where we get above 5% and it helps our financial rating while continuing the good work that people are doing out there. There are some folks who would approach us and be able to look at a number of different things, but I know DOT has done a lot of the work, has done a lot of studies, is ready to move this, and so Mr. Parks is going to add to that, ensuring that DOT gets the resources it needs to be able to move forward with what it needs to do to make sure we don't have broken meters out there. It's not fair that some people are paying and others aren't. It's not the fault necessarily of workers, but also I know the Mayor's office is going to be looking, and I look forward to them coming back and kind of talking about some of the responses that they get. I think those would be very good and very strong, and we all have to listen to all of those and assess those. When we looked at Chicago, for instance, for a long time, I was very hesitant because Chicago did this. They sold their assets off for, I think, 75 years. There's definitely more than half a century. They got paid half what it was worth. They hadn't raised the parking rates yet. They began to. The public backlash was so strong because they saw this privatization and parking rates go together that they now are having to take money out of their general fund to give the private company that they guaranteed a certain investment each year, a certain return on their investment, that money. So it's actually a money loser for them right now. But that said, as the Mayor said, we can learn some lessons from when it didn't go through the right way. Let's figure out if there is some potential money there in looking at making sure those things get turned around quickly. But I'm very supportive of what Mr. Parks is talking about, too, right now for our workers to be able to get the equipment they need to be able to make sure that we get the full revenue from those parking meters. So that's what this would allow going forward.
Mr. LaBonge.
Technical question. I think it's wrong that we give people tickets on failed meters. Amir, you're here. Would you come up to the center table and tell me why we do that? With parking meters, we're talking about meters. I don't think we should give people tickets there, and we're looking at this whole thing about a contract and a study, and in the study they're going to talk about tickets. City Attorney, you could rule on this. I don't think they should give tickets to people at failed meters.
I think we should wait till we properly notice it so that everybody who has an opinion on that.
Let me hear the city attorney, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
This item really is just about the contract and the consultant for the study.
Let me get the staff here. I got it. All right, I got it, Mr. City Attorney.
If you're talking about a policy issue regarding giving out tickets on failed meters, I don't think that's before you.
I got it. Mr.
Point of order from Mr. Rosenbaum.
We'll do it in committee right away, Tom. We'll get it up and we'll bring it
Let
here.
me have Samir here, because,
All right, can we get DOT to come forward, please? Ms. Robinson?
no, but it's worse than that, Janice. It's worse than that.
Mr. Fisher?
Just a quick question.
Hi, Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, LA DOT. We do not issue traffic
Well, no, I'm not
parking
asking that question.
citations
He
to
said you
broken
can't.
meters. That is not our department's policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, he said it. I didn't ask for it, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you very much.
And here comes Rhea Robinson to save you the day. All right, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. And I'd be interested in seeing what the rest of the scope is for this contract. I think you're absolutely right. There ought to be some other things in it. And I'll tell you what, I've been talking to some of our folks in the meter shop. There is a lot more we can do in the city to make these more productive. A lot of them, again, are broken. We ought to be always installing these smart meters where people can pay for it with their credit card, off their phone. And I know that we're installing some along 7th Street in San Pedro, and I've heard that they're going to be the old ones again. You know, take an opportunity, put these new ones in that makes it easy for people to pay wherever they are. Would it be in the spirit of what we move today in terms of asking contractors for a 10% less, that on this contract maybe we move to transfer the $200,000, but I would like to have a friendly amendment that we see if they'll do it for $180,000 in the spirit of what we're trying to do with cutting 10%. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn, is that a motion?
Yes.
And Mr. Labange seconded your motion.
I got several seconds down here. Yeah, the motion is, we can still move to transfer this money, but the friendly amendment is to ask the contractor if they would do it for 10% less.
Ask them to do what?
For 10% less. What we did,
All right.
our whole idea is trying to ask, when we contract out for something, we're trying to get 10% less on the price.
It's a $200,000 contract.
So 10% would be 180.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Let's ask. You have not because you asked not.
Is somebody here from the department who can answer a question about not about giving tickets, but the operation of the parking meters?
Yeah. Read this here. Or
Doesn't matter to me who comes up. Basically, this is my question. Is the department operating currently under optimum conditions as far as maintenance, upgrade, keeping the efficiency levels as high as possible? Because when efficiency levels are up and you maximize the operation of the meters, then I would imagine that you're maximizing the income from those meters. So is the department operating at optimum level right now? No, Councilman. Not that you're making the best of the money we've given you to operate with. That's not my question. Ideally, do you have all the tools you need, do you have all the funding you need in order to do all the things that the department identifies that should be done to operate at optimum levels?
Thank you, Councilmember. At the time, we're at approximately 33% vacancy in our meter technicians. We've lost some supervisors to ERIP as well as transfers. So as far as field staff, we are not optimal. We have the combination of old antiquated meters that are unfortunately failing a lot, so that in itself is not optimum as well. So we had, through your leadership, was able to change out 18% of the city's program, so we've done that, but at this point, just a short answer to your question is no, we're not at optimum levels for efficiency purposes.
Okay, so technically speaking, if we, the policy-making body of the city, were to give your department, if you were to give us a proposal and say, if you gave us these resources, we could maximize the efforts and the optimization of our meters based on today's standards and abilities, would you bring in more revenue as a result of that?
Yes, I believe if we were able to fix the meters as
Or
quickly
upgrade
as
them,
possible.
right? There are different meters, there are old-fashioned
Yes.
meters, there's new meters, et cetera, right?
Yeah, by upgrading the meters and having some staffing, not I guess at full levels, because the newer technology has newer advances where you may not need as many staff, but obviously that would bring you more revenues.
Okay. The reason why I bring that up is I only have 30 seconds left, but Council President, I know this is your motion. I don't want to amend it. I want to be able to sleep on this. So tomorrow I'm going to be prepared to introduce a motion that will run parallel with this for us to look into and expect the department and also go out and look at other optimizations or what have you, or ideals that are out there that perhaps other municipalities and authorities are using in order to maximize revenue, so we can have a parallel track of going out to look at what it would take to try to get bids to see if somebody else can operate it better. But at the same time, I think in fairness to ourselves, we need to find out if we were given ourselves the resources to operate it properly, then could we even be in business to continue to run it ourselves? Natalie, did you want to add something?
Part of the Natalie Broth CIO's office, part of what this report will do is do just that, Councilman.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Parks is going to, I think, speak to that, so you might not have to wait till tomorrow, Mr. Cardenas. I think our intention is to include that today, so just feel free to amend to that if there's anything else. Mr. Parks and then Mr. Zion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just to bring everybody up to date, a couple of years ago, LADOT was given the task of looking at the meters. Since then, they have changed out about 18% of our meters, roughly 6,000 to 7,000, to the new card and coin meters, and dealing with a variety of convenient ways to basically pay the fee. The one thing is that it is not we have not put in place the fully integrated system where you can change the rates during a given period of time, but that's something that down the road. What we also have found since they've done this 18% changeover, they've had about 14 different vendors come in and show them all of the different technologies that are available. And they've piloted many of those on our city street. Today what we'd like to do, and Mr. Garcetti's motion actually amends the Budget and Finance report that was approved a week or so ago, that was Council File 10-0139-S1, and it's item 4 that he's amending to move the $200,000. My verbal recommendations will be to also amend instruction number 5 on that same report. And the first instruction, we have found that there's roughly 10,000 meters that are broken or in some form of disrepair. So we're going to ask the LADOT to move quickly and to use whatever means necessary, whether sole source or whatever they find effective, is to get those 10,000 meters fixed immediately. They have done some piloting work in Chinatown and found with the new technology, the dollar amount is going up to 30 or 40% increase because of the new meters and technology. One of the things we have to be aware of is that roughly 60% of our meters bring in about 80% of the money. And so we're concentrating on the original 18% now moving forward to fix another 10,000. We also asked, as a second part of this, asked LADOT to move quickly and moving forward on the express parking RFP that will basically bring in federal money to also address 6,000 meters in the downtown area. And this is a fully funded grant in which I take that back. There's a small matching fund for the city, but this money's already been set aside and the city will get fully reimbursed. And so that express parking federal grant should be moved quickly so that we can cut down the timeline of moving forward on having new meters in the downtown central part of the city of LA. I think once those two items we move forward on, we then ask when the report that on this motion today, moving the $200,000, we will then have information about a comparison analysis and a variety of issues that then gives us the ability to look at meters more accurately and objectively. And we also will have the benefit of knowing what a pricing number should be as a ballpark pricing number, but we also raise the value of our asset by having new meters in place, collecting revenue far greater than we're collecting now. So I basically ask that we amend the Budget and Finance report items 4 and 5 with Mr. Garcetti's motion today, and then also amend item 5 with the 2 recommendations I made.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zine, to conclude.
Thank you. The question I have, why can't we do this in-house and save $200,000. Why do we have to go to an outside contractor when we have hundreds of people in DOT? We know that there's only so many companies that have parking meters, the manufacturer, and whatever system we select, I would think that we have enough people in DOT that we could do this in-house. And it troubles me that we're always going to outside to get these contracts done. It's not like we have 5 people in DOT. We have hundreds of people in DOT. So why can't we do this in-house?
Natalie Brill, CIO's office. When we were instructed to move forward with the public-private partnerships, one of the requirements is an independent review. So you are correct that DOT has provided a lot of information for us on what we're currently doing. But one of the things, like we did on the parking structures that we brought to you, was a report that talked about not only what's currently going on, but also to do future and to actually get a value. So this report for the meters does basically the same thing. Excuse me. It uses the meter information that DOT already has. It puts it into a financial model to help us to value what that meter system is. So it's a combination of 2 or 3 different things that helps you to make a decision on how you would like to move forward. We are using DOT information because there is a lot of information there.
So what are we spending $200,000 on with maybe a 10% reduction? If we're lucky to get that. See, I'm tired of giving outside people city dollars to do what we should be doing inside the city of Los Angeles with our city employees that we have 4,000 they're talking about laying off. $200,000 that pays a lot of salaries.
This type of work is work that was determined that cannot be done internally because of the type of financial modeling and the expertise in financial modeling that's being done. And it has to be done independently. That's one of the issues that we have with public-private partnerships. That for the parking structures, when you go out to
We're not talking about parking structures, we're talking about parking meters.
I'm comparing it because it's the same. You're asking us to look at parking in whole and to look at different ways of using the value of those meters and to improve the meters. Well, until you decide what to do, we need an independent evaluation to be able to do that for you.
And we can't do it with inside city personnel. I'm going to vote no on this because I cannot in good conscience spend $200,000 on a review of something that I believe honestly we can do inside. And I've been to many conferences where they have every single vendor that hawks every single product that you can purchase. It's just like going out and hiring a private vendor to tell us what kind of police car to buy or what kind of tractor to buy. We do that with our city personnel. So I'm voting no. I think it's wrong, and I think spending $200,000 on this is a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn?
I agree with everything you said, Dennis, but I don't think that this is just to study our meters and how to make them, or how to find better meters, right? This is to study the idea of a public-private partnership, someone coming in and so-called leasing our meters. Is that what this study is? This is not just to study different vendors who could supply better meters. Yes, we could certainly do that. In fact, our guys were just telling me in the back of the room that they know that we can put in better meters. So we don't need a $200,000 study for that. But tell us again in simple terms what this contract is asking for somebody to study.
Sarai Bargo with the CAO's office. Desmond is going to look at taking the inventory of existing meters. They're going to look at the different technology options. They're going to do a modeling of revenue growth and expenditure changes over time, capital expenditures over time, and they're going to, similar to what we did with the structures, they're going to build a financial model that will show us what the revenue impacts might be of the different technology that may be implemented and what the capital expenditures might be that are associated with that technology, and create a range, basically, and from that we'll create a range of the valuation that we can say this is what the system is potentially worth.
But I guess I would then follow up with what Dennis said. Do we not have city employees who have that expertise financially to analyze that system? Are we really saying there's no one in the city of Los Angeles, in our Department of Finance, in the Comptroller's office, that cannot look to figure out what's the best way to get revenue out of our parking meters? Like I said, I have a feeling our own city employees who work on the meters could probably tell us how we can get better revenue out of our meters.
Some of the financial modeling that Desmond does is within the parking business itself. And one of the things that they look at is they look at nationwide what is going on in other places, what has worked, what's the increase in revenue. It's bigger than just looking at internally what we're doing. It's looking almost at best practicing, benchmarking. It's looking at the type of issues that the Council on Parks brought up that increases revenue. It's also having, and then taking that information, and from that information, providing you with a value. Because there's several things that you have asked the CAO to look at. Not only have you asked us to look at P3s, but you've asked us to look at securitization. You've asked us to look at RFPs that DOT can do to get an operator. You've asked us for a variety of things. This will put all the information in one place, all the different pilot programs, everything that's been done in the city in one place, so then you can make a better decision. Because right now, we've done a lot of different things, but we don't really have a good handle on what each one of them will bring in the future if you do it. And that's the type of work that Desmond specializes in.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
I will just conclude by relating to the motion, $200,000 transfer relating to the engagement of consultants to study the city's meter system. And I question, with the thousands of city employees we have and all the departments, why that particular study of the city's meter system can't be done with city personnel. And if it can't be done with city personnel, there's something wrong with the way we're doing business, and I'm voting no.
Mr. Parks?
Colleagues, I think Ms. Hahn hit it on the nose that this is just not counting meters, it's not counting the dollars. It's actually putting together a professional study like we just approved for P3 on parking lots that tells us how to model it, what money comes from it, what are the options available, and there is no one in the city of LA employment that can perform that kind of study. And so it's a financial modeling. Certainly, if we talk about bonding, we certainly can get Natalie to do that. If we talk about dealing with the financial status report, we can get CAO to do that, the CLA. This is a unique skill that talks about how do you go about putting forth your asset on the market that you might recover either front-end money or annual money, the length of time, and gives you options of how you might benefit as a city by using this option as leverage. And so I would say that we clearly do not have that level of stuff. We have great people in the city, but there's no one we can pick on to deal with this particular issue of this study.
Thank you very much. We have two speaker cards. Arnold Sachs is our first speaker on this. Mr. Sachs here. And Najad? Did you speak already, Mr.? Oh, we already had comment. I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Azar Najad from
I'm sorry. These were left here. I think we already had comments on this. My mistake. Sorry, Ms. Najad. Thank you for your comments earlier. With that, Ms. Hahn, did you want to add one thing? We have to end at 2:30, so.
Yeah, I have some clarification on this. You keep talking about a particular company. So this money is, we've already picked them.
Right, this is a continuation of an existing contract that we have in place.
Okay, well, help me out with this, because again, I want to, in the spirit of what we're doing, regardless of what Dennis has said, he made some very good points. I think we ought to offer to him for $180,000. What I want to know is, Mr. President, maybe you can help me with this. If they say no, I mean, I'd like the opportunity to then maybe vote no on this. So if they say no to the 180, does that come back to us? Can we ask for it to come back to us?
We actually have.
I think we need to start, holding them accountable.
Why don't we just say up to? Why don't we amend it, say up to 200, and instruct them to try to keep it under 180?
Yeah, we agree. One of the things that we have been working with our consultants in the CAO's office in general, because as we know, we do have financial advisors, bond counsel, we have a lot of different outside people that we deal with. And we have gone back to, this particular consultant. This is the same consultant that was working on the parking structures, and the council instructed us not to do any work with the meters, so we stopped doing work on the meters. And we did partial, but we didn't complete. So now we are back to you to ask you, based on what you would like for us to finish the work that we started. And so we have gone back to them and asked them to reduce the amount of the contract. So we are negotiating with them to reduce the price, as you have instructed us.
Well, what I want to know, what I want
Put
to
in
know,
180, let's just amend it to 180 today?
I want it to be 180 then.
Okay.
I think
accept that.
we're fine with that.
I'll accept that as a friendly
Okay,
amendment.
good. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll.
Yes.
Wait, I got a button there, didn't I?
I'm sorry, I have Ms. Hahn, but not you. Did you press the wrong button, Mr.?
Mine says...
Okay, there you go, Mr. LaBlanche.
So, Chris, this is being paid for by parking meter fund money, correct?
It's being funded by the Special Parking Revenue Fund, which is...
Parking meter fund money. How many parking meters are in Mr. Zion's district? Amir? How many? How many more in mine?
I don't know.
Okay, many more, Mr. Zion. It's about as much, I won't say it.
This is more.
Okay, so with that being said, I think it's important to study this because we're partners. We're not going to get out of this alone, Dennis. We have partners, and our partners are people who help us focus sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open the roll as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. If you take up item number 13, and then Ms. Najad, if you want to come forward, it was item 13. I'm sorry, I made a mistake that your card was for. This was on the...
Item of the parking meters also for 6 years has been on the table, and we haven't done training of our chief accountants and financial analysts to be able to do the modeling.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're on... We
Yeah,
might
I
be on
know.
a different item.
We do comparison nationwide and with other countries all the time. I wanted to bring out the $85 million owed to the city from DWP, and in these dire times, those are the shared sacrifices we need to do, and if I don't understand why we don't do it. As well as that, I wanted to ask to see what's the dollar amount of the subsidy we do for Mayor's Mansion, as well as the parade vehicle that's taking 3 of the parking spaces in our parking structures that are being under study for 3 Ps, and once a year we use it, and maybe we could utilize it for some revenue generating items. And also, I want to apologize. I apparently did not know Ms. Perry does not drink champagne. I just found out, and I made some comments on Monday because I missed her.
I'm sorry, we can give those comments in general public comment, but this is specifically on the Harbor Department, DWP, and Airport exclusively.
But I wanted to bring the issue of the forgiveness of our special event fees that we do in these dire times. We do need to turn to those who we have given them the privilege of the gifts.
I'm very sorry, ma'am. That's out of order from this item. No, you're out of order for what the item is. You can only speak specifically to the item, which is the World Airport, the Harbor, and the Department of Water and Power. So for general public comment, you can fill out a card next time for general public comment on those things. Thank you. That'll close that item. Ms. Hahn earlier had added an amendment that I think was germane to 13. Do you have that, Madam Clerk, as long as you have that on record?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. President. No, I didn't.
I think she made comments on this. Excuse me. She made comments on it, but this was the one she wanted to move forward. So let's go ahead and please open the roll on 13, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There are 2 excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Thursday, February 25th to leave at 12:30 for personal business. A motion is required on that.
I'll move that. Mr. Zine will second. That'll be granted.
And Councilmember Reyes requests to be excused Monday, April 12th for city business. That meets council policy.
All right. Mr. Kokorian moves and Mr. Koretz. Oh, sorry. That meets council policy. That excuse is granted.
And that clears the desk.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Alarcon for a very special introduction. If I can direct our members' attention to Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, council members, I'm very pleased to introduce to you a special guest from Atlanta, Georgia, Michael Julian Bond. And yes, he is the son of Julian Bond and a council member in the city of Atlanta. He is joined by his brother Jeff, just here on vacation. But they are also here They're also here for the NAACP Image Awards. Of course, Julian Bond is now the head of the NAACP, and so we are very honored. Interestingly, Councilmember Bond wants to meet with me because he wants to establish a film commission in Georgia. And I said, look, we're never going to compete with Georgia because Georgia is a right-to-work state, and it's pretty tough to compete on that level, but it inspires us to do more. And if I could trouble the council, I would appreciate if we allow him to take the mic for just a minute.
Well, thank you, council member. And I want to say greetings on behalf of our mayor, the Honorable Kasim Reed, and our council president, Cesar Mitchell. And I won't take the films from Hollywood. We're actually trying to emulate what you're doing in Georgia and in the city of Atlanta proper, where we don't feel that we've taken full advantage of the films that already exist and the film industry that's already there in Georgia. So we've come to the coast to look to the great leadership of the great city of Los Angeles to emulate what you're doing. And I'm also going to be meeting with Councilmember Wesson on tomorrow and his staff about the tax allocation districts that you have here in the city of Los Angeles also. When I was first elected to the city council back in 1994, we did a charrette on tax allocation districts, and we want to make sure that ours are working the same way that you all are working here in the city of Los Angeles. And it's just a pleasure to be here in this beautiful city hall, this beautiful council chamber, to hear you all deliberate about the pressing issues of the public. It's been my pleasure to be welcomed here, and I will take back the heartfelt and warm feelings and good spirit that I received back to my city, and hopefully that we can, from across the coast, do some things together when you all happen to come back east. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the body. I appreciate it.
Mr. Zion.
Mr. Alarcon, council member from Georgia. I've been there twice. We're working to get Coca-Cola to move to Los Angeles. I'm just kidding. I've been there twice, and your downtown area, safe, secure. You got the guides that help the tourists. I just want to commend you on that. My first time there, I was lost. They're very accommodating. It's very safe, very secure, and I liked it so much I went back a second time. But the thing you don't do in Atlanta is go to a restaurant and ask for Pepsi. You ask for Pepsi, they're going to kick you out because Coca-Cola and Atlanta are synonymous, and it's a wonderful place, to visit.
No Pepsi.
Coke, no Pepsi. Thank you
very much.
Welcome to Los Angeles.
And Mr. LaBonge?
And Councilmember Bond, Councilmember, I want to welcome you as well. Olympic cities, Los Angeles, 32 and 84, 96, Atlanta. We share that great heritage as Olympic cities, and your great zoo in Atlanta as well. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Thank you. And council members, we do have a transportation committee that's starting 35 minutes late here. So briefly, I think you have a presentation as well, Ms. Perry, very brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is very brief, and we are doing this on behalf of Mr. Wesson and Mr. Jerry Miller, Chief Legislative Analyst, is joining me here at the podium as we bid farewell to Meg Barclay. Meg began her career with the City of Los Angeles as an intern in 2002 to the Chief Executive Officer in the Redevelopment Agency, and from that position she grew and she contributed so much. She has a master's degree from the University of Southern California. She continued her work with the Chief Legislative Analyst. She worked tirelessly on issues such as homelessness, housing, and economic and youth development. And I think my office personally spent about 2 years working with her exclusively on the issue of homelessness. I know Mr. Wesson is pretty crushed that she's leaving, and he's expressed that in committee. But I have to say personally, she is just one of the most enthusiastic, dedicated, intelligent, hardworking chief legislative analysts that I've ever had the honor of working with, and I am certainly going to miss her as she moves on to her next position in Washington, D.C. in the Department of Housing. Is it still Housing and Urban Development? Under the capable leadership of Mercedes Marquez. And I think her boss would like to say a few words.
very quickly, I will never forgive Mercedes for this. Meg has been a true delight, wonderful to work with in the office, year after year. What she's done on the con plan is amazing, and you're going to be seeing the next one here very shortly. So she is a huge loss to the office, but this is a terrific opportunity for her, and I give her my full congratulations, and the door is open if she gets tired of Washington.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to add to that?
Just a quick comment. Your work on the Ad Hoc Committee on Homelessness was greatly appreciated by my district in the Venice and the Oakwood area. Specifically, we're going up to Santa Barbara tomorrow to look at the initial work you've done on the safe places for cars and campers. It'll be our loss, but the nation's gain having you back in Washington. Congratulations.
Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you. I had the opportunity to say this in committee, but at least the public can I can show the public my appreciation for all of the work that you've done. You're a consummate professional. You've done tremendous work over the years. I chaired the committee, otherwise known as the Gang Committee, and you staffed that committee, and you did a wonderful, wonderful job. A lot of long meetings, some very interesting things were said, but you did something that the city had never done before. You helped us craft legislation that incorporated information and resources that we don't normally take into account when we draft legislation, and you were a big part of us doing that differently and better than ever before. And also, I was reminded to ask you, what's the number of your favorite council file? Do you remember it?
07-0071-S1.
There you go. And thank you very much.
I can't believe. Why?
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Meg, I just want to say thank you. One of the things that we certainly appreciate in the 8th District is that you always kept us in the loop as it relates to whatever our projects were. You always had a very common sense approach to dealing with things. And I just want to say that we hope that you continue the trend. You go back to Washington, we get another $100 million. And so that's a high standard that Mercedes has set. So tell her we'll release them one at a time, $100 million each, that she can keep bringing city employees back east. So thank you very much for that, for your effort and all the help you gave us.
Thank you, and I'll just say, as Mr. Wesson's predecessor, it was a great joy to see you blossom, to see you grow into the job, and always to be an amazing mind, heart, and spirit. So thank you, Meg, for your friendship. To my coworker, to my Facebook friend, to my ongoing collaborator, I look forward to us working together closely while you're in D.C., and as I promised, I'll come there frequently and we'll be looking you up, but it is a huge loss for L.A., but I know a gain for the country. So congratulations, Meg.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope that she doesn't defriend us once she gets to Washington, D.C. So with that, I'd like to present Meg Barclay with this resolution on behalf of the entire City Council to thank her for her service.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we need a photographer. Okay. Can you take this?
I'm not sure where the photographer went. Okay, we'll go in the back.
Thank you very much. Are there any adjourning motions, colleagues? Do we have any adjourning motions today? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, Sine, Garcetti.
All right.